If this is a sweet, sweet baby.
Okay, in theory we are live.
Only in theory, Captain. If my Twitch is to be believed, anyway.
Adverts.
Yep.
I'm having a problem signing up for things at the moment. Like, every time I try and sign up for anything in my browser, it just doesn't fucking work. And I don't know if it's like the uBlock Origin or whatever doing it.
I've never had any issues with that, so I don't imagine it would be that, but then I've not tried to sign up for anything recently, so...
Yeah, I neither would I imagine it. It does seem unlikely, and yet something's causing it, presumably.
Could be a browser update incompatibility with it as well, to be fair, so it honestly could be that.
Oh, you know what it is? You know my thing about updates, Ryan?
I know.
I don't think I've updated my browsers in a long time.
Yeah. I do try and avoid those words near you. So, yes. Are we... How goes the audio?
Sounds fine.
Okay. Player audio, etc.
Hey, and...
Colin was fine anyway.
Okay, that's fine. Then all of you should be fine.
Now.
Strange thing is, so there's one particular piece of audio, thank you Siren, and there's one particular piece of audio in one of the sessions where Callum is super quiet, but nobody else is. But Callum was his normal volume for me on my end, and I don't understand why it would be different. Just him. That's the thing.
Callum is a quiet boy sometimes. That's my explanation.
But I mean like really distant quiet, when he sounded completely normal to me through my headset. And it's the same audio I'm recording, which is odd. So yeah, that was a really weird... Because the rest of you are all fine.
And I don't have an answer.
No, neither do I. It was very bizarre. But anyway, here we are. And good hello.
Entertainers.
No, I'm going to try my best not to this week. That's just for a change. So, welcome to the Invasion Session 74. It is also the 24th of November 2021. I'm Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Fleabite the Skaven. Still pretty terrible at everything.
Evening, everyone. My name is Chris, and I'm going to be Keldras, the Dragonborn monk, who's still looking for a catchphrase.
And also, good evening from me, Colin, who will be playing Vanger, the Dwarven Clericy Druid person.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Okay. I have foam bananas.
What?
They're nice.
Oh, those
everybody?
things! Right, I was confused. Sorry, I know what those are. Pick and mix things. Yeah.
I do have enough for everybody, but you need to come get them. So.
Are they legal anymore? Can you have pick and mix, or is that considered?
You probably can. But I mean, given what children able to reach them would do, it's probably not sanitary, but it's never been sanitary, so regardless of that. Oh my
god.
What do you remember from last time?
Quite a quiet time for Fleabite.
What do you remember?
A reasonable amount, actually.
Okay.
Like the swimming and being tied, or you guys sort of being tied together, and I think Fleabite and Vanger being in the bag.
We were in the bag.
And then surfacing amongst a bit of a grouping, and two encouraging faces greeted us.
Well, not initially. It was sort of after that we had the initial sort of greeting, if it can be called that, was one of the Baru who was kind of like, yeah, I'm just going to wave at you to tell you to stay there. And then what he's hinting at with the... Hell if I forgot. Oh, it worked again! Illithid.
There you go.
I discovered a magic trick, guys. See, how have I forgotten? And then the word comes to you as if by magic. May not work for everyone at all times.
I like the disclaimer. Did work for you every single time you forgot something on Monday, though. So
it really did. I did it like 3 times. Every time.
Oh dear. That's good.
The
So-
3 times constitutes a pattern.
Anything else happen worthy of note then? Last time?
We got in.
Yes.
It.
That's where we met them. Inside.
Inside.
In some sort of water place.
Mhm.
Water factory. It was it's the bit that the Naga have in Zanger Marsh where they just are funneling water for reasons.
For aesthetic reasons, obviously. Yeah.
Like, yeah, like we know we don't actually need this to live, but look, it's our shtick, so just let us get on with it.
Mhm. Oh dear. Yeah. Okay. I think that probably is good enough, right? There was swimming. Electris may or may not have learned that he can like breathe underwater. That remains to be seen. That was funny though. And yeah.
Trip down a giant flume.
Yep. And you did your best. You were so close to like holding him back as well, but nope.
Nope.
Oh dear.
Kablooey.
Yeah. It is what it is. Weirdly, like Electris has gone awfully quiet this week. I don't know specifically why, but maybe it was the fall that he like tried to mitigate. Very odd. Very, very odd. But yeah.
Jumped back in the bag. It was starting to be in the bag.
Yep. Somebody's got to be in there.
Yeah, sure.
Oh dear. So yeah, yous were indeed greeted by someone who was speaking to you all, offering their assistance with the language barrier. I think was the last thing that we had. Before we jump back into there, I will finish this banana and we'll talk about goals. So, Alexander, you're back with us. Tell us the goals.
Our goals are to find out why the Illithid came to Paris, to decide the fate of Dragon Egg, stop deaths Cynthia predicted it, defeat Mengalod, secure a safe exit from Mountain.
And what will be your goal?
To convince Vanger that his will to avoid cold-blooded violence will lead to worse consequences.
Yeah. And Vanger, your goal?
My goal remains unrephrased because I can't really think of a good way to phrase it, and it's just new staff. That's maybe longer term, and I might come up with something better as this unfolds.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, at least I know we're on some kind of similar page with that. You're wanting to replace your companions with a better staff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, Keldrath, your goal?
Maybe I should rephrase it to crew so it's more clear. They might think I'm talking about the stick.
My long-term goal changed to awaken the dragon this week.
Indeed. So, Everett has something
I
about...
love that you're a monk and that's your goal.
It's so good, right? It's the most monkey thing ever, and I love it. Or monk-like. Yeah, monk-like.
Yeah, monkey.
Eating bananas, saying that, felt really wrong.
Wow.
Oh dear.
Is there like a simian D&D race?
Probably.
Humans?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I would think that if humans
Variant
are monkeys,
human?
probably... I seem to be implying by saying if. I'm not saying I mean logically. I'm not saying that. I'm not suggesting we're not. But if humans are simians and therefore monkeys, before people go like humans aren't monkeys, humans are apes. What do you think apes are? They're a type of monkey that lost its tail and got big. They're fucking monkeys. Oh, the sparrow is a dinosaur. What? Because 65 million years ago, one of its ancestors looked a bit like Velociraptor. Yes, that's correct. But we're not monkeys because we don't have tails. Fuck off. We're monkeys. Anyway, so
I kind of I take the exact opposite approach to what your point there.
listen. I didn't come here to debate taxonomy. I came here to rant. And by that logic, if we are, my point being, if we are monkeys, probably like, at least half the species are monkeys. I would say dwarfs are monkeys.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I think dwarfs are probably like a very close. Like you could easily have dwarfs be like equivalent to Neanderthals or something like that.
You could do.
Elves are a bit fair, so it's harder to.
The older interpretation of orcs might be closer to Neanderthals, though.
No.
No?
No.
You're not into that, though.
No. Neanderthals were very, very, very close to us. They weren't monsters.
Wow.
But dwarfs, that's
No, dwarfs are basically people, right? Like dwarfs in D&D aren't much different than us. They are like
I know what you meant by it, but
shorter.
the way you said dwarves are basically people was
They're weirdly
priceless.
long-lived. My point being that I find I don't like dehumanization of our close relatives who would have been extremely similar to our direct ancestors at the time. And in fact, in the case of Neanderthals, some of them would have been our direct ancestors. You know, so it's a topic for me. I'm not speaking of orcs purely. I'm just saying that the classic always chaotic evil orc is not. It's not exactly a person. It's a raging beast of evil, and I don't like comparing Neanderthals to that because they were real people who lived and died. I'm not saying that to shit on orcs. Orcs are cool. I like orcs. Sorry, that's something that people probably didn't expect me to feel as strongly about as I do.
I was pretty convinced you would, but that's fine.
Anyway. Sorry, what was happening?
So,
What have I done?
we're talking
So,
about how
do you-
monks' goal in this particular group, being Keldrath, the monk in question, is to awaken the dragon. Him being a dragonborn monk specifically is why that goal is kind of great. That's what we were talking about.
Yes. Okay, yeah, we were talking about that. I
Yeah.
remember now. Thank you, Ryan.
You're welcome. Anything else you'd like to say about that, Keldrath? Or are you good?
No.
I'm sorry, Chris.
There isn't a lot more to say. There's a bigger theme behind it, is how to awaken the dragon, because we had the big power up question that was raised while we were at the riverside. So that's the trick here.
Yeah. Yeah, even recover from that. Let's just. Whew. Excuse me. Right. So, with that in mind, these are on the kind of, I guess, the kind of banking or shoreline maybe. Edge of the water's edge. We're on the water's edge, having decanted Fleabite and a Vanguard out of the bag. He's then tried to interact with fairly like calm Baru male. Seemed to try and communicate with you, mostly saying either calm down or stay there or both, and then wandered off, and then a few moments later entered a particular creature. As Colin said, the Illithid. They offered their assistance in the language barrier. I'll bring up an image of them again just for the folks. Very finely dressed gentlemen. There he was. Look how dapper he is.
For a cuttlefish. Cuttlefish are smart. I shouldn't shit on cuttlefish. Cuttlefish, well done.
Oh dear.
He does
Yeah.
look like a cuttlefish though, and they traditionally
He
look
does.
more like octopus or squid, right? Like usually octopus. But he definitely looks cuttlefish. Interesting.
It's okay. He's allowed to. Like that's.
I'm not saying he can't. Should we get into like the potential ethnic differences among illithids
I don't want to, but do you?
now? Okay.
I just like that if he's a cuttlefish, there's a very good chance like that is just his skin. This is robes.
Yeah, that'd be cool. We just need a parrot race, and they'll get rid of them.
Phoenix race not do?
Okay, so he's going away
Too
now.
fancy. Too fancy.
Oh dear. So,
Yes.
too
So that's
controversial
our
for a
current
Phoenix race,
situation.
yeah. Yes, indeed. So, you're
Oh,
facing.
I had an excellent joke. Sorry. For a Phoenix race, we could have the Canaanites.
Oh dear. Yeah, sure. That's very Vampire the Masquerade, actually.
Oh, because Kane, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I get
Yeah.
that.
It's a term they use. Pretty sure when you're turned, you're a Canaanite from that point on.
Possibly.
I think so. Like, I know so little about Vampire the Masquerade, but that's off topic. Back in
I
this
played a lot of the game, not the RPG, the actual video game, ages ago, and never finished it. But it was good. It's really good.
Yeah, one day I will take it off my have played list at some point, the RP. But not today. So, you're faced with this, I guess, let's say, gentleman for now. This entity. Who has offered their help to the group.
So,
Mm.
player agency.
Yeah.
Vanguard knows what an elephant looks like, and kind of is, doesn't he?
That's possibly a good history roll, isn't it? You can, let's say you can do it with advantage if you wanted, Vanguard, since you might have heard the tales from the Zerai.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no culture roll, sadly, in this system.
Where is my? There we go. History, and that's Did you say with advantage?
Yeah.
Nice. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For backstory reasons.
Yay! That's not a bad roll. It's not amazing. It's not bad.
It's pretty good, yeah. No, I'd say like there's enough, obviously, overlap here to know that if they've described how the enemy appear and their ships and stuff in the sky, that was pretty evident from seeing the ship outside. Excuse me, and then obviously the fact that they've probably described what the enemy looks like, or at least the kind of like almost the kind of ghost story elements of them, folklore and such. So yeah, I'd say you can comfortably say this is
I
an
would
elephant.
probably be not Baru in Barris.
Yeah.
I probably would have had like that alone would have been a pretty decent shout. But yeah, I think. Do we still have the brain chat going?
I think so, because it's not been like the 2 or was it 2 hours or something? I can't remember how long it was that was rolled, but it's definitely not been that length of time. So yeah, you will do.
I think then I'm going to brain chat to Fleabite, obviously, because it has to be. Fleabite, that's one of them. That's one of the Elithids. I'm sure of it. And sort of while I'm doing that, I'll say, hello. It would seem we're not the only outsiders to have found our way here, after all.
And then there's just like a staring at you, and again you hear in your head, and then you realise maybe that's where you heard it the first time. Hear it say, "Yes, quite the newcomer we are, and so are you all, it seems. I have not seen any of your kind here within the walls." And you all hear this, by the way, when it speaks telepathically.
I don't know if this is an assumption Vanguard would make, but I wonder if someone might, because right, like if it's just spoken to us, mightn't we think could it have heard us?
Yeah, it's not like, I mean, I feel like that would be a very easy assumption for any of you to make, right? I think that's too much of a leap. If you can speak
when
psychically,
I say like, yeah, but when I say I meant more in the sense of like, would Vanguard just like, could he come to that conclusion based on any sort of reasonable train of thought rather than just an ignorant, well, it used brain speak, we used brain speak, it must hear us. Like, would he understand that there's something similar actually mechanically going on there? Does he? Yeah.
I don't know if you understand mechanics, but you could roll insight on the guy to see if you feel like he got the gist of what you were saying to each other.
Right. Well.
Yeah.
When I find it, how can I not find it? It's in alphabetical order. Oh, it's 27.
It's pretty damn
26.
good.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I can't read.
I think it's because there is the 7 there in the brackets that.
It probably is because of that, which is quite alarming.
That's why I just kind of nodded my head, just agreeing when I heard 27, because I looked and was like, oh, 26, and it's a 7 bonus. So yeah, you're looking at him, and the way his posture is, you have absolutely no idea if he heard you or not. It's so hard to read him on a 26.
Okay.
Which means you're probably on the side of he probably didn't, if you can't read anything.
Or they're just really hard to read.
Or that. But again...
Or maybe just this one is.
Yeah, like a 26 is pretty damn impressive, obviously, mechanically speaking. So for Vanguard to understand that, that would be there is absolutely no normal tells that you would pick up on.
Yeah.
That or they're just super polite.
Roll to 26. So,
correct. Yeah.
But yeah, like okay. My impression then is that he's not heard me, but I think I may err on the side of caution anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not quite sure how to address this.
Does anybody else speak up? Since she's already here. The illithid. I love the tension bars just like straining.
Again, player agency rather than in-game. It's one of those... I don't think we're in a position to attack him outright, even though our instincts are telling us to. This time around, Fleabite. But from everything we've heard in the past, this mind connection is where their strength comes from, so... Yeah, I'm struggling with this one myself. I'm struggling. I have a strange...
I think Fleabite might think to Vanguard.
Okay.
What if try think, speak to Mammoth things?
It was think back. I suppose you could, but I mean, I don't see anything to suggest it. But I wouldn't be surprised if these could hear us. They are. Their power does run that way. I think we need to deal with him for now anyway, before we wouldn't worry about how we can connect with them. Any thoughts? I think we're going to have to actually say something fairly soon, is my concern.
I just like the phrase, any thoughts is quite funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was... I didn't know how to phrase it better,
yeah.
So, yeah, well... yes, we have come here just lately. It's a city shrouded in legend, you see, so many outsiders don't even believe it exists.
And then there's like 10 seconds of silence. And it like cocks its head to the side slightly and says, "Why did you all make the trip then?"
And this is what I was worried about.
Yep. And again, everybody can hear this.
What's her in? What's her like?
I'm going to assume this is an agency moment you want here.
It 100% is. I think there's going to be a lot of that in this conversation.
It's okay, I have a lot of bananas to get through, so I don't mind.
Okay. Just pace yourself.
Yeah. Which line do we go? Because
I'm thinking we go bluff. I'm thinking Could I try and convince him? I mean, or somebody convince him that we are what we are. We are adventurers looking for the new adventure. We've traveled most of the country where we are, and we might find the next adventure as being off planet. So we're actually looking for him.
Okay.
No idea where that just came from.
Yeah. Okay.
My suggestion was sort of going to be going with the Githyanki approach, because do we know if the Illithid and the Githyanki have any relationship other than chase and chased?
I think it's just, as far as we know, the sort of antagonistic one. But I mean, maybe we can use that.
It just seems like a sort of neutral, we're not here to help the Githyanki, and we're not here to kill the Illithid. We're here for yeah. Why do they have to have the same name? We're not here because we're friends with the Githyanki.
Okay, so
Okay.
right, so there's the Gith Zerai and Gith
the Zerai are the good ones.
Yes.
Yes. So we don't really want to be going around saying that we're friends with the Zerai, and we don't really want to be going around saying that we want to kill the Illithid. But we can get away with probably saying we're here to get rid of the Yankee because we don't think they like them either.
I mean, we can.
Keep in mind, Eldris has his sword on his back. Oh no, he doesn't. Sorry, that would be in the bag. Actually, no, you're fine. The Githyanki,
But it's
like great sword. I mean,
yeah, but it's that doesn't that help us? That's
it depends on this guy's feelings about the Githyanki. But what I mean is, it's fine because that was in the bag because he was swimming. So you're good.
We can, I think, we can use, I suppose, that in terms of, well, we don't necessarily need to tell them that the threat that we're dealing with is them. We could say we're looking for aid against this invasion of the Gith Yankee. We don't need to mention much of anything else. We don't need to show that we know anything about them. Could just say something to effect, if you know, or our world seems to be under threat. There have been attacks all over the place. We're looking to end that. We'd heard there was perhaps a way to achieve this in this great mystical city, and because it's a great mystical city that a lot of people don't even believe in, no one had even tried to find out. So we're here because, because we wanted to find out what they had, try the option that no one else has been able to try.
Yeah, okay, go with that one.
Okay, that I didn't expect it to go quite like that.
It's okay, Alexander's just riling up the dice gods in the background, that's all.
Well, okay, well, here's the thing though. If we were to roll bluff, right?
Or bloof, as it's often known.
Or bluff, yeah. Or deception, as it's known.
Well, see, I was going performance.
I mean, as much as I'm sure that would be preferable if you say it, I think Ryan might. I think that might be what he makes us go for. But what I would like to express is that can it please not be Vanger? He's very bad at that. He's a -1 in deception, just so we're clear. He is a friendly guy, but charismatic he is not.
Fleabag's got this, right?
I think Fleabite is unfortunately probably the best chance at deceiving.
Because he won't understand what he's being lied to.
In that or theoretically, Fleabite can call upon the
powers of
powers
failure.
The powers of beyond to assist him in deceptions.
I think we also sort of would naturally sort of expect you to be the most capable at that sort of thing.
Wow.
Well, what do you mean, wow? His sort of...
Dragons are known to be charismatic down to the blood, and you have a dragonborn with you, the rat's probably best at lying.
It's not about the charisma, it's about being a sneaky bastard.
But the thing is, my deception isn't that brilliant. That's why I said performance.
Oh, like, I 100% know you're built around dex more than anything, but like, it's still where my brain would go, going, aren't you a dragon? Can't you lie?
Yeah, but those people aren't used to Skaven.
This is also true. Okay, so what's the plan you're putting forward?
Yeah.
It's just sort of looking at looking at flea bites to answer the question, like literally, like side eye.
Yeah. Fleabite will take a half step forward, which yes, for a normal size, that's a quarter step. And sort of, look brave, but also knowing how to quickly jump behind Vanger, or into the bag, and will say aloud, "We have come here from great far to see of what do about fight against those of that invade come from far beyond others, yes? Is this of great mammoth city in mountain?"
Roll sweet.
Damn it.
God damn it.
Yeah. You try and word me out a deception, I'll get you on persuade. You should be okay at this.
It's oh.
I apologize for speaking. Okay. And then the entity in front of you looks down at you. I love how Siren got there just too late there. Don't worry, there'll be other rolls. But thank you. But yeah, the entity looks at you and says, again psychically, and you all hear it. You come to fight those who come from beyond. Is this true?
If I was addressing that to everyone, I would nod.
To fight and protect from those that attack us, yes. If from beyond or if from here, make difference of not.
There's a very quick movement of his hands, and they just clap real loud. Well, isn't this wonderful? You'll be my welcomed guests then. Come. And he turns and walks through the crowd that part immediately.
Ah. I look at Fleabite again.
Glance kind of up at the water, could we get back at?
I think we better follow.
And you can clearly tell the Baru are speaking about you guys as you walk past them through the crowd, right? It's pretty obvious.
I smile amicably at people.
Yeah.
Or amiably? Amiably, not
Yeah.
amicably.
Amiably is yeah.
I smile amicably. That's a weird.
Does that
phrasing.
also imply you'd know them if it was amicable, or is it there's
Yeah,
something
it would sort of.
yeah.
That's more of a mutual thing. Yeah, no, amiably would be the word I was looking for.
I mean, it could be amicable if they smiled back, I suppose. I guess. Yeah, it's a nuanced one. So yeah, anyway, you just head through. Definitely getting talked about and stared at. But they're clearly speaking their language, rather than anything used necessarily understand. I think your best bet here will be Fleabite regarding translations.
I presume there's no signs of any thieves' cant.
Just on their faces, or
No, just on the surroundings anywhere. But yeah, if they've got any thieves' cant tattoos,
yeah,
sure.
like turns out like the ancient Baru language is all about like where the roots of the thieves' cant came from. Since it was the El Dorado of this world, thus it inspired. I mean, why don't you roll perception and you have a look around as you're being led there? I was gonna say it's a disadvantage because of how tall the Baru are near you. But let's just see if it gets worse. So can you roll again? Okay, so the 2 was in fact as bad as it gets. That's fine. Oddly, you see no thieves' cant so far.
It's because they're so tall.
It must be, yeah. They're obviously thieves' cant from the waist up, not the waist down. It's how you can tell the nature of the Thieves Guild. Yeah. Fucking hell. You just try to use anything on your character sheet now.
I mean, it's a skill, and it's one that
I like it. It's good.
Supposedly there were no thieves in Runestad or in the other one. Evershade. So maybe this is where they're all hiding.
Yeah, just maybe all the thieves are here. There's actually just a city that keeps having to be relocated because it keeps getting stole by the combined efforts of all the thieves guilds that run it. So there you go. I mean, I might hold myself to saying that now, but regardless of that, yous are led up quite a length away from like this waterworks area. You're kind of led into like a kind of very kind of nice kind of chamber. It's lots of like marble style structuring inside it. Perhaps very somewhere between like Roman and Grecian. Like there's definitely like overlaps in that. Fairly simplistic structuring. Lots of like nice fabrics over the place. Very comfortable by like a stark comparison to like the harsh stone work. Most of the furniture is harsh stone, but then you've got the soft furnishings all over it. Quite wealthy looking as a place that you've been asked to wait. Been led in there and you are left alone. But the doors were shut behind you.
Does it appear that there's anywhere people might be surreptitiously looking on at us from?
If you want to do an investigate, you could go around the place.
I would.
Yeah, go for it. You don't seem to find any form of like, subterfuge or surveillance, maybe? Surveillance.
Yeah.
You don't seem to find any form of surveillance. Nope. But this is essentially like a I don't know how you would describe it. It's got like kind of like marble chaise longue type things that face a fire pit, and there's an open balcony. And as I said, big closed doors. The kind of like sets of chaise longues are like set down a few steps in the center, and then again there's a sunken fire pit in the middle. So, yeah, that's where he's at. He's definitely seem to be alone after Fleabite's like sniffed around the entire room.
I must admit, this wasn't the reception I'd expect.
Are there any cushions on this chaise longue?
Yeah, loads.
No. I think Fleabite will, jump up, onto the couch.
Okay, yeah.
Can I roll some hit dice to try and get some hit points back?
Yeah,
or do I
you
need to
can.
do that during rest?
You can. Like you can start a rest here. Yep. Yeah, because you're reasonably beat up, to be fair.
Yeah.
So how many would you like? Oh, in fact, let's just start the ball rolling, I guess. So you can start with 1 and we'll see how we go.
So...
Nice wee bit of Lord of the Rings there. There should be a button on your sheet you can just push. called hit dice.
Yeah, that's what I hit, and it came up with an option.
I just always feel like it should come up with like a little box, like the way the skill checks and stuff do. Weird. That's fine. If that's what you've pressed, that's okay.
Guess you never miss, huh?
So that's 6. 49. I'm going to take another one.
Yep.
Four and one more.
Oh.
Let's see. 64 out of 66 will do me nicely.
And that should have, hopefully, on your character sheet marked you down.
See, yes, it has.
Excellent. Excuse me. So, while Keldreth's resting, what did the rest of you do? No Fleabite sat up on a couch. I assume Keldreth's on one of the other ones.
Pondered by the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can I... having a nice sit down, can I use my action to regain a psychic base?
Sure. Is it an action or is that a bonus action? I thought it was a bonus action. Might be.
It's a bonus action, yes.
Oh, cool.
And then I can get that bonus action back on a short rest. So it's just a +1 to my dice pool.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Assuming we successfully have a short rest.
Yeah. It would be really cool of me just to then undo all of Keldreth's healing now that we've rolled it. Look at what you could have got! Yeah.
You know, I couldn't remember if I could just get them all back on a short rest, but no, it's a long.
Yeah, most of the Sonic stuff was all long rest recharges. I'm actually quite surprised your little use a bonus action move is like recharged on a short rest. That's quite nice of them.
I don't really think I get anything back that I need on a short rest.
Does Wild Shape come back on like a long rest or a short rest? I don't know why in my head it's a short rest.
I think it's wild. Wild?
I think it is wild.
I think it is wild. I think it's long.
A wild rest? Wiki wild?
It's a wild, yeah, a wiki wild rest. Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh. Do you wanna double check wild shape and we'll see?
But I'm full anyway because this time has changed.
No problem. Yeah, and I don't think you're down anything other than a good beret, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So.
Oh, it's annoying trying to read it in this format. I'm going to check it. Check it in 5e wiki. It's a very useful resource I've found for spells especially.
So, what are you doing for your hour? Besides, I know Keldreth's taking it relatively easy, but what's I feel like we can assume some of that hour was you probably looking around the room. What about yourself as well? Carry on, Fleabite, if you've got something to add.
Yeah, just I think.
It's either rest.
Nice.
I literally think, well, that we've still got it. Sort of, just think of those mammoth things under control thrall.
And I'll probably just say aloud, I think they were afraid. Not sure, but you see the way they parted as soon as he turned? He certainly had control over them in some sense.
Think of that they'd be here a long time then.
Maybe longer than we'd have thought, but see. What's their game? Why are they inviting us in? I don't understand this. I'm trying to think back at everything I remember about them. And not surprised, I suppose, insofar as or their preferred methods are somewhat subtle. Perhaps this is in keeping with what they've done in the past, but it just doesn't. The only reason I can see that they would want to bring us on board is, well, maybe there are two. So what about the Githyanki? They're fleeing, but do we really know what they're capable of? Maybe they don't realise it themselves. I suspect that they wouldn't be too concerned about aid against the Githyanki unless the Githyanki could actually be a threat. Perhaps the reason they're so happy for the possibility of aid against them and so happy, welcome us in, because they're looking for a way to rid themselves of the Githyanki. To their luck, the Githyanki are focused on their own kin, Githzerai. Perhaps if we could. But anyway, the other thing I'm thinking is, if they know that we are, or suspect that we're really there for other purposes, then they might have a good guess at what that purpose might be. And if not, either way, they may think they've come here for something. Best let them in and see if they don't find it.
Think of they may also be, and like look around and just in search.
Yeah, I just nod. I think that would, if I were occupying a city and some outsiders came searching for something, I might think welcoming them in might be a good way to find it.
Any thoughts on any of that, Keldrath?
I was going to suggest that while I'm healing, kind of in I won't say a trance or anything like that, but that I'm trying to reach out to see if in some way I can dragon to dragon some sort of natural attraction. If that makes any sense.
Okay. What skill would that be?
Perception, maybe?
Sure. Yeah, let's give it a go. Yep, so you spend some time, maybe you do like kind of like, go into like some kind of meditative style, after like having, patched yourself up a bit, and yeah, you try and like extend all your senses out past the room, etc. But no, there's nothing, unfortunately.
Again, I don't think I'd report this back to the guys simply because I don't want to mention what we're looking for.
Yeah, like you definitely
I'm trying to keep this to myself.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Right. So, anything else happen before like?
Yeah. Probably just pondering, like as I say, over what all I learned about them to see if there's something that I've missed that could be useful here, or at least informative. Maybe help us understand why we've got the reception we have, and perhaps navigate the situation better. But I don't know what to roll to think about information.
Okay, so what would the outcome be that you're looking for?
Vanguard would want to try and isolate some sort of piece of information imparted to him that might determine how he would respond to try and get them out of this situation and into a better one. So in other words, like,
I want to roll solve plot.
Have I heard? I know. Have I heard of examples of them putting on a friendly face in this manner in the past? And if I have, what were they wanting from it? What were they trying to get out of it?
Okay, you can roll history this time, or insight based on your as I told you, if that makes sense.
I'm happy to roll either of those, so whichever you prefer.
the answer will differ slightly depending on what one you roll. So as you can imagine, like gauging why people would do things is more along the lines of insight.
Yeah,
like,
and that's
into their
probably more
headspace.
important to me. Like that they've done it is less important than the
Mhm.
information I'm trying to get. Is like, well, what are they trying to achieve by doing it?
Yeah.
So I think I will insight that. That suits me.
Sure.
Also, because it's my best role. And despite being my best, it's still only a 20. I hope
Still
that
pretty
achieves
good, though.
something.
So I guess Vanguard would have to, like, because Vanguard's relatively, I don't even want to say unassuming, but like he's kind of is along those lines a little, right? Like, you kind of take people as you find them in a way.
Sure.
So it's probably quite hard to like wrap your head around why, if we would have expected them to treat us hostilely, being the Baru, and then Illithid on top of that, would have felt like you're going into like a, you know, doubly threatening predicament. But it's not. So yeah, I don't know if you can gauge successfully what they're up to. The very fact that they've invited you in could align with them.
Missed you there. I don't know.
Oh. Did I lose
Did
everybody?
anyone else catch him? I got like what they're up to, and then
It's okay. I think my connection dropped on my side, so I think everybody lost me. Is the stream still
The stream
alive?
it's
A
still
blip.
live, but it did have a wee
It's okay.
moment.
I'll just start again then. So
well,
for Vanguard's like info, it's probably quite difficult to gauge the fact that they're being this welcoming, because on your approach you would have expected them to be hostile and the Baru to be hostile based on what Sufim said, right?
indeed.
So bamboozlement is probably the main thing in Vanguard's mind. Even with a 20, trying to work out why they would do this, like Fleabite's probably on like the best track, right? Based on what Vanguard could assume is this is the easiest way to disarm you mentally.
Yeah. That
Right?
does make sense.
And you've got very little to go on to make other assumptions, right? You could ask me something if you wanted to in an insight related way, because a 20 is not bad, but it's
I'm not sure
I've read it,
if there's
read it.
anything specific to ask. So
don't know, if anybody else can think of something, I don't mind if you wanna.
yeah, always open to suggestions.
Yeah.
If they give us food, should we take it?
Is that Alexander rather than Fleabite, who's already
No, that's
eaten?
actually a good question.
Because Fleabite probably will, but for in general, are they just gonna like brain parasite us with?
Yeah, are they likely trying to afflict us in some way? Afflict, infect. Other words are available, but inflict is apparently the word I chose, even though it's probably the least apt.
Yeah,
Do
so
we think the doors are locked?
Well, we could always try.
Is there any more before we move on from that particular role?
I think the sort of, not necessarily exactly the food thing, but like something along those lines makes a great deal of sense. Like, are they going to try and turn us?
I don't know if you've got enough info to even make a guess at that.
That's fair.
I think based on what you've seen, the answer would probably be no, based on what you've got, right? Like, they don't seem hostile. They in fact seemed to be rather pleased at the answer you gave. That'd be Fleabite, obviously. So, yeah.
Well, I don't know what more we can dig into then. So, oh, excuse me. I think we just need to get on with it and see what happens.
Right. Who's doing what else? So, was Keldrath wanting to go up and check the doors?
Yeah, I think I will. Just have a nosy. If one opens, I'll just have a nosy out.
Okay, yeah. So you walk up to the doors, pull them open. Takes a wee bit of heft, right, to like pull the door open, but it eventually moves. And There's a familiar face staring back at you. I'm also going to put in an image to give you a rough idea of what I see.
Sarah.
Imagine. There we go, that should be it. Something not quite identical to this, but you get what I mean by like that vibe. Right? As I said, fairly opulent type of looking, only as I said, it sinks down in the centre of the room and there's like, as I said, the big fire pit, like kind of brass, kind of almost big Olympic style bowl, etc. Maybe not quite those banners on the wall, but yeah, something akin to this. Thank you, Rise of Rome, or whatever that game was called. It was the best image that I had for it. So yeah, something akin to that is where you are at the moment. Yeah, so you open there and very quickly pushing you back inside the room, I might add, is Cynthia.
Yeah, we would see her soon.
Yeah. Just smiles at you as soon as you open the door and then pushes you back in and, like, you know, backs up against the door and clicks it shut again. And she kind of just smiles at you, Keldrath, and your maybe slightly bemused face, maybe not. And she says, "Do you know if they lock?"
No idea. That's what I was checking for. To see if they'd locked us in.
Right. Perhaps we should lock them out.
And then what?
And then we talk, without fear of interruption. Unless you want to waste what time we have left.
He shrugs.
Then and when you shrug, he goes, "Now help me find something to put up against the door."
I'll move aside and try and grab one of the couches, see if we can move one.
Sure, yeah.
Just in front of the door.
Yeah.
With Fleabite on it.
Yeah, as soon as Fleabite heard like Cynthia's voice, is probably like stretching out and sort of like enjoying the comfort of it, and then suddenly just like snap,
Yeah.
jump like probably like half a foot in the air and land onto feet.
Buried underneath the pillows.
It's clutching a pillow. Very like, this one is mine now. So yeah. And yeah, like you can move some things. Why don't somebody pick the person to do most of the moving, and somebody can give them advantage by helping them move
I'll
some
assist.
things.
I'm more of an assisty boy.
Okay. So Keldrath, you want to make the athletics roll for me?
Athletics. No.
No. You've got advantage, remember?
Oh, advantage.
It's okay, you can just roll again, yep. There we go, right? So you use as a team of barricaded the door to a 17. Okay. So, yeah. Cynthia looks reasonably pleased with that. And she like walks over to the fire and then like kind of like rubs her hands together and holds them over it. Says, "You should feel very proud that you all got inside. That's quite impressive."
Excuse me.
Well done, team. But,
Big smiles.
unfortunately, we didn't manage to get in as quietly as we might have hoped.
Does that hinder your ability to reach the egg? She just looks at everybody like kind of... But you're inside and you're still breathing. And here's me thinking you were the optimist of the group.
Quite sure what I want to impart, but like
just flip her off, like.
Well, no, I wouldn't call myself an optimist. I trust that there is a purpose, but we're now known to them, and our movements going to be very hard to seal if they weren't already. So I'm a little concerned about our ability to find this without immediately alerting them to it, regardless of anything else.
And can you think of anything that they might want you for? Can you make your assailants of use to them?
Fear is that this is exactly what they do want us for. We have guessed what it is that we've come here for. But of course, I don't know that. That's just a guess.
And she kind of like smiles at you and looks at everybody else and like has like a big like all of her teeth on display, and then she's like, "Well, this is marvelous news then, isn't it? If we can prolong your lives while here, reaching the egg, retrieving it ideally, and then making a swift exit."
And swift exit. How are we achieve that? Any ideas?
I assume you're aiming that at her.
Uh-huh.
And she winks at you.
Alright, okay, I'll trust you in that one.
You could insight her if you want.
And you know what? I will.
Okay.
And I do, and it's
Yeah.
25.
She seems what's the word I'm looking for here? Like unreasonably like self-assured about her ability to get out.
We know that she's been here before. She's here now. She didn't get caught like we did.
But remember,
I'm
like
not
that
surprised.
the conversation was inclusive of your group, though. Remember. So it's not like she can just get herself out. That's not what you're reading.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
I know. I'm just taking like I'm not surprised that she is confident.
Mm-hmm.
But it does seem okay. That's good.
Mhm.
Well, if that's the case, then we just need to find a way to meet up, end it, and slip out wherever exit you have available to you.
She smiles again and says, "I would, however, perhaps," and she kind of looks at Fleabite, "avoid anything they give you to eat." And she kind of gives you like a look, Fleabite, like she obviously heard you through the door.
Yeah. Eyes very narrow. How long we've been eating good berries.
Yeah, and like I imagine like the smell in here is probably super pleasant. Like I don't want to say florals, but it might be even like it might even be berry based. Some of the smells in the air here. So yeah, it is probably quite a pleasant smelling place. Maybe.
I think we can manage not to die in for a little while.
When Cynthia says that, I'm going to go through my pack, and according to this, and again, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong in this, I still have 2 food packs left. So you said there's a...
So I don't remember when you stopped using the ability to feed the gang for like I think because you had like enough food to feed everybody for 3 days. In my brain feel like you used that, but I again into hearing reactions to that because I know that Vanguard took over not long after that to make start doing Goodberry per day. So I don't know. I'm happy to say we'll split the difference and you can have 1 left. That you could feed everybody once.
Yeah, that's perfect, because what I would do then is I'll go over to the fire that you said was there and I'll start preparing our own food. It's been an hour, we've done some travelling, we decide just to feed ourselves, so then we don't have to take their food.
Yeah, perfect. So
you can put 0 food packages left.
Excellent. And then you can just start setting that up.
Yeah.
And then Cynthia like walks over to like the balcony and kind of like stretches way out over it and looks up and down and just kind of like does that kind of whistle in awe of Barris, and then turns back and says,
"Impressive, isn't it?"
It is quite impressive what you can do with so many years isolated, with very little else to do but perfect where you live. You can definitely tell she doesn't seem that impressed. She goes, "Fleabite, Can I borrow you a moment? And she gestures for you to like come closer to the window.
First, I like look at my hands, like, wait, what do you want to borrow? And then scramble over.
And like she kind of leans out again, and she like points up. She's like, "How do you fare your chances of getting to the top unnoticed?"
Chances of must be taken.
She kind of like smiles and like ruffles her hair on your head. Says, "Do you need a boost?" And then she like puts her like knits her hands together, and then backs herself up against the window.
I take like a step back and then do a running jump into her hands.
Yep. And then she'll try and boost you up to the, I guess, like the lip of the balcony. You are looking like, imagine like it was on, where's a good place to point? Like it's so much over the screen at the moment.
Very pointedly not observing them doing this.
Okay. So like, imagine you're like somewhere down here, right?
Okay.
And that you're looking over some of the city itself. She is kind of like meaning like, yeah, any chance you can just like climb just up, essentially. It's probably quite a significant and very, very tall way to go. And you seem, from what you've conveyed so far, you're pretty up for this.
Like, she's like, what's your chances? That's almost like a challenge.
Yeah.
And Fleabite's no stranger to climbing things. So I think as much as Fleabite might prefer being down in the depths, doesn't really have any great aversion to heights.
Okay. She just, as I said, smiles and says, "Let me know when you get to the top." He kind of like waves gently at you.
I'll start going. I think Fleabite would probably go as far as he can, just climbing.
Yeah, before you hit spider climb, you mean?
Yeah.
That's fair. Although, given the journey, if you find somewhere to take a short rest on the way up. So, yeah. Well, let's see how it goes. I'm going to ask for an athletics check, and then you're going to remember you were bought inspiration.
I am.
Yep.
And I actually have one from last time.
Look at that.
Very, very rare occasion that I actually have the dragon ticked.
Yep.
Unless there was something.
It's like another
was like
monk
an
phrase,
update or
isn't it?
something.
The dragon ticked. His eyes open.
Okay. So advantage, and I'm gonna just make sure it was athletics.
It was athletics that I wanted. Yes. Yeah, Vanguard.
No, I said I was going to very pointedly not help. So I'm
Was
not
it for
gonna-
guidance? Yeah.
I was thinking about it, but then it's like, no, I'm going to stick with what I initially said.
Keep in mind they're not being subtle, so it is up to you if you want to like,
I was sort of doing that. I am not seeing this. This isn't happening thing.
Right, okay.
But maybe that is a little silly. Okay.
No,
Player
like-
agency. Should I give you guidance or not?
No, I think it's better that you have complete plausible deniability.
Okay. See, he gets it. I think.
Despite hearing all of this, but sure, yeah. That's
It's
fine.
right. I
taking-
can honestly
not
say I
thinking of
didn't
Dragon
see anything because I'm looking in a different direction.
And also, yep, Kildrath, yep, not thinking. It's not definitely, again, as Siren said in the chat, like that Ghostbusters scene, think of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear. Right.
You couldn't possibly harm us, right?
So good. He's in New York, he's a sailor, show him a good time. Oh dear.
Need to rewatch that. We should still do that on Saturday if you're still free, by the way.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Right, 18, pretty damn good. Up to climb.
As it is something that I have proficiency in, if that wasn't quite enough, I could add my D8.
I know. Yeah, you haven't fell off.
Okay.
I'll let you know when you're at risk of falling, right?
Yeah.
And you can choose to use the D8 or not. So yeah, you start climbing your way up, and then like Cynthia stares after you for like maybe a good 5 minutes, and then obviously by that point you're maybe a bit beyond her ability to kind of like keep a proper eye on you as you have to like maneuver around the rock kind of like face. Yeah. Do you want to give me a stealth at disadvantage because you're climbing up the side of a cliff if you're gonna try and be sneaky, that is? Well, hey! Look at that fucking plus 11 is absolutely disgusting. I'll tell you what, see in these instances, right? In these instances, you can choose to add it or not when it is something that hasn't been challenged yet. See, because it's technically a contested roll that you're setting up a difficulty for, you can decide if you want to roll it here or not, but then it's obviously used, right?
I think I will. I've got like max.
Sure.
I
don't mind doing that in that because it's a hard thing to gauge when you specifically do a lot of contested stuff. So, because it's almost like it would be like a Bane effect, realistically, where I'd have to take the D8 off of what my guys roll for it to really work for you. So let's what 21.
Yep.
Mark that down somewhere. That is what you got while you're doing your first leg of the climb. It's not bad, not bad. And then, like as I said, after you've headed up the facing, Cynthia looks back into the room and then says, "Right, now, let's keep this next part between ourselves, shall we?" She just smiles, and then she shifts in red mist around her, and then stepping through the red mist, claw at a time, is a flea bite.
Okay. I look at Keldrath and a weird outline that says vacant. It's a placeholder, man. I just look. So.
Shock, stunned, amazed. Yeah.
And the was it Phobite just plods her way across to the fire, rubs her little clawed hands, and puts them up against the flame, sniffs at the food.
How long have you been sitting on Phobite as a name?
I literally just decided to say Phobite. I was going to say, like I could have went for a synth bite if I wanted. Synths, but I chose not to. Here we are.
Take it you have a idea in mind with this.
And then, like, she turns to you, winks in that same fashion she did before, only it was like the disconcerting face of Fleabite.
Yeah.
And then you hear, yes, yes.
Lovely. Well.
Should we unblock the door?
Then
Good
I will
point.
ask Phobite.
yeah, and she cocks her head to this side and looks past the flames, and then just kind of nods, like quite, like erratically. And then
You're sure they won't be able to tell?
And she looks at you and says, "Tell what?"
Never mind.
Scratches behind her ear. I have had 73 sessions of training for this. Oh dear.
Wait.
I assume you're gonna decant everything from the doors.
Yeah.
I will assist, yep.
Okay, feel free to give a roll. Athletics with advantage, yep.
Might even give you guidance.
Oh, you can do if you want.
I can. I can, and I will.
Nice.
You just fling those chairs about effortlessly.
Okay, do you want to roll your d4 as well? That's what guidance gives you. I will say, generally, I wouldn't allow you to help and give guidance because it's a concentration.
That's fair.
But luckily, this didn't really have any negatives to it, given that the 17 was better. Right, so what's that? 21. So yeah, it's pretty damn good. So yeah, with guidance, you do very, very well. You kind of like unblock all the door. I'm assuming you're putting it back where you found everything as well, as opposed to just in a pile at the side of the door.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed.
Yep.
Everything's the same. No, nothing to see here.
Mm-hmm. And Fleabite, important question. Did you leave your bag of holding in the room, or did you take it with you? Given that most of Eltriss's stuff will be in it. I will give him the opportunity to have retrieved stuff during that hour's rest, so don't worry about that stuff. But it will probably come down to who has that greatsword that may or may not give away some of your story. For the better or worse. It could be a great thing to show them, but that's something we'll all need to quantify, obviously, once Eltriss is back.
I feel like there's no reason it wouldn't have just been strapped to Fleabite.
Yeah, that's fine. That makes sense. Cool. But yeah, we'll need to checkpoint. Obviously, he could have had time to have rolled hit dice, and he could have had time to have decided what of his stuff he wanted back out. It might just look weird that he suddenly has a greatsword on his back, though, when he was clearly clocked without it. If that makes sense? Because he did have his hand axes. That's, I think, one of the only things he actually had on. So yeah. Right, while that's happening, Fleabite, can I get another athletics, please? And we'll see how your climb goes for the next bit.
Now, Fleabite, with our blessing.
Yeah, it's not bad, not bad. Okay. And likewise, we'll say you're still kind of carrying on, right? Because that was a pretty good roll. I don't mind that carrying on a bit longer. So you make your way up. The air is oddly still. Normally, when Fleabite climbs things that are relatively high, which I imagine has been a great many in his time, obviously it's sometimes more awkward the higher you get because of the weather and such. And yeah, like this place is like kind of perfectly still. You're probably getting quite a nice view of the city as well. It's probably where a lot of your urchin snapshots are going to come in handy. You know, you see, look at us putting down the groundwork for your background abilities. It would make no sense. So yeah, you're getting that nice Fleabite eye view up here. And yeah, make your way up. It's maybe a bit slower going because it's maybe a bit more sheer at this point. So it's maybe getting to the stage where you might want to be considering things like spider climb to make your life easier. Yeah. But that's, again, a choice Fleabite can make. Do you still have Misty Step, or did you get rid of it?
No, I think I do still have it.
Okay, because that might not be the worst thing to have like prepped as well, just so you can, if you fall, maybe you can last minute jump to like a safe spot or something. So at least you've got a bunch of options, which are good. So yeah, making your way uptown instead.
Uptown.
Yeah, and back in the other room, the door is open very swiftly and widely with fairly well armored looking Baru, like very almost ceremonial looking guard. When you say hello, they're like one of them like just as if exhaling through their trunk just makes a very brief noise. And he looks at you, and then they both stand with a sharp militant action backs to the doors that have opened, and then in walks that similar illithid. And then what we was in the middle of doing when they opened the doors was like last minute just getting a couch into place and then like lying on it or turning the food on the fire.
Well, I'd be back at the fire turning the food, just preparing, making sure.
I think it's sitting the couch. It's sort of take a fairly sort of not super relaxed, but kind of sort of passive, pensive.
Yeah, and
a thinking pose.
Yeah,
like not the statue. The
I was gonna say not
maybe not a million miles off either.
Is it Raphael or Leonardo was the thinker? can't remember. Michelangelo's the thinker? I can't remember.
I was going to guess Michelangelo.
Yeah.
I guess Shredder.
Yeah. Yeah. I was kind of working my way through the turtles a bit there, wasn't it? Now I think about it, but that's kind of what happens. Yeah, I think Phobite has taken a bunch of the cushions off, like 3 of them or something, and like piled them next to the fire. And has just been occasionally like lying in the pile of them and then sniffing at the food every so often. Kind of looking like they've just sprawled out over the 3 cushions. And doesn't really like look up too much for when people like walk in. And then, as I said, the illithid walks forward, and then the guards can like stay put, and then they kind of cock their head when they notice the food and such. And then again, in everyone's minds, they say, "I see you've already made meal preparations. I was here to extend an invite to my table."
I'll just reply, as we were guests, we thought we would just prepare something, and if you would like to join us.
How wonderfully quaint. Yes, I would love to be invited to dinner. And then the guards just leave and close the doors. And they just stand there, kind of just like turning their head between the 2 of you. Say, I didn't quite have the chance for the formalities earlier. My name is Tenth.
And
And I will write it because it's annoyingly awkward. How you know this is probably some bullshit psychic reason.
okay. It's I was hearing it's 10th.
Mm-hmm.
10th.
Okay. So okay, that's good.
Yep.
1 of 10th.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I was getting. Yeah. I'm Vanger. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. Vanger's surname exists but can't be remembered on any occasion that it might come up. But honestly, he's just Vanger.
Yeah, that's fair. Plus, I don't know if we actually ever spoke about surnames ultimately. Like, I feel like I just mean like culturally for dwarves. Like, I know a lot of people have like dwarven clan names they're attached to and whatever, but yeah.
I definitely did come up with one at one point, and then I just never used it, so I forgot.
I was gonna say I don't even know if I got that.
You may not have
Yeah.
used that. That is definitely a
Yeah.
possibility.
I was gonna say normally these things rattle in the back of my mind even if I don't remember what they are, but no, there's definitely no file there for that. But yeah, and then like
404, yep.
it's maybe 10th boss. But yeah, 10th looks over at Caladrath almost expectantly.
Yes, I'm Keldrath.
Kind of nods, then looks over at Phobite, and Phobite looks up and goes, "Fleabite is Fleabite, yes." Kind of just nods. What is it you're preparing for the meal? And do you require any utensils and or staff to assist?
No, absolutely not. As part of my training, I am a half decent chef, as the party will
He's
agree.
really quite talented. He's selling himself short.
You hear something very unnerving in your heads, and then you realise it's laughter. And then 10th turns and says, "If that is only half, what is the other half?" And gestures towards you. It's deeply uncomfortable, by the way.
Yeah. What is the other half?
Because you said you're a halfway decent chef.
Yeah, well, it's the culinary skills are down to individual tastes. For myself, I enjoy most things I prepare. The party have never complained at what we've had on our long varied journey. Your own tastes, your own preferences. You will have to decide for yourself whether I'm half decent or better than half decent.
I'm sure I will.
Now, what's in the pot? I've got no idea.
This is getting almost mustache twirling. I love it. So yeah, and with that you hear like the double doors like open again very like swiftly, and in comes like a bunch of Baru carrying a massive marble table, and it just gets like thumped down, and then in walk other kind of like Baru bringing like kind of like almost like half cup marble seats and such, that are all set around, and essentially they just like set up an entire like table.
Oh well, thank you. It's not necessary. We're humble folk. But thank you.
And he kind of like nods very briefly again, and he says, "If you are unwilling to come to the banquet, I will bring the banquet to you." And then you hear that weird, like almost uncomfortable chuckle in your heads.
Most gracious, most gracious. If everybody would like to get comfortable, the food shouldn't be too long.
Thank you, Keldrath.
Fleabite just runs up onto the table and then just, looks around, possibly knocks over like, cup, looks at it awkwardly, sniffs at it, and then like 10th turns and just kind of like observes, and then kind of looks back to you, Banger.
Do I get the impression he's looking sort of quizzically at me, or?
Yeah, I would say he raises an eyebrow, but he ain't got any, so.
It's
Raises
fine.
his ocular ridge.
I just sort of wave it off, like in a sort of like I give him a little hand gesture, or like sort of like waving it off in a kind of "you'll get used to it" sort of way. Whether or not he's good at reading body language, I'm not sure, but
I'll give him a roll. Don't worry. Okay, yeah, you got a 24 in his insight. That's not bad. The roll is hidden, just so you know.
Okay.
But yeah.
So,
bad, not bad.
I have to ask. I apologize if it comes across as rude, but I noticed that you seem to communicate primarily by the mind. Is that the normal way for your people, or is this a convenience to avoid the language barrier?
There's a look that goes across their eyes, and then you hear some, like with your ears, you hear some kind of like guttural, almost inverted sounding horror movie style voice noises. Like somebody just, threw a bunch of voice mod software together and they just screamed into it. And then they stop and just look at you, like with a bit of intent.
I see. Yes, it probably would be difficult to gap that.
Do you speak deep speech? Does anyone?
Christ, now that I think about it, I am a dwarf. There's a non-zero chance that I do speak it. Let me check. No, just Dwarvish and Primordial.
It's okay. It was worth a look, at least. I don't.
Not yet.
I was gonna say, I don't think Keldrath speaks it, does he?
No, not yet.
Cool. So yeah, there is that noise, and then you hear in your minds again saying, "I find this facilitates communication in a much more elegant manner."
It does cut through certain issues.
I'll also paste in a tiny bit of lore, just from Forgotten Realms. I'll just chuck this in here as well. Ignore all the numbers and such, but there. Anybody that's curious about deep speech, because why not? Yeah, and again, like I would say, he smiles politely, but it's the body language of someone smiling politely because you don't see their mouth, obviously. And then they kind of just like nod politely after your exchange, and then they go and take a seat at like the head of the table, and then Phobite eventually like walks across to a seat, possibly the furthest away one from 10th. Maybe gingerly picks up the cup and debates whether to put it into their bag of holding or sit it on the table.
I might make some tea for us to accompany this meal? Would you
You just hear like Phobite say, "Yes, yes, tea."
Yeah, well, yes, you, but 10. And it says it meant
Yeah.
he doesn't struggle with it. Would you care for some tea to accompany your meal?
If this is what is accompanying the meal, I will partake of the meal. So please, do not change your plans for me. If I am a guest at the table, I will be a guest to the meal itself.
I will go over by the fire and sort of find some space to plop down my little kettle and the little stand.
Now, here's a GM agency moment. Wouldn't it be great if Fleabite was here to poison them?
I was just thinking that.
Potentially, yeah. But I feel like if anyone's going to see a poisoning coming. Yeah, so I'll get on with that and just make, enough for a couple of small cups each, say. Or mugs. Very small mugs. Cups, probably smaller mug. And yeah, sort of as to do it, sort of like keep on sort of speaking back to the table as he speaks, if and when he speaks.
Yeah, I think he's like kind of like probably just watching Phobite a lot. I am just, as you know, Phobite's just sat in the chair, like circling it every now and then, and you scratching itself.
Well, it'll only take a moment. How's that coming along there, Keldrath?
A few minutes, it should be ready.
Okay.
I'm sure Alexander will keep me right if I step out with the bounds of what Fleabite might have done. Yeah, so I guess a few minutes pass and there's like no small talk of any kind comes from like 10th.
I will bring a cup of tea over to him and to Fleabite, in return with one for myself. Well, Kildrath, I'll pour some from you once you're finished up with the.
Won't be long.
Lovely.
And there's just just a sense of a presence at the table rather than anything else, right? And then just like occasional scratches and then just staring at you from like Phobite. But like the 10th doesn't move, doesn't like drink the tea or anything, just sits. Just observing. So yep, your food's done, Keldrath. I think you head over.
I was going to say, can you tell me when an hour's up?
Yeah, no, like you can have made the meal. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll start. I imagine there's a couple of bowls in the middle of the table.
Oh yeah, the table's fully set for like everything you could possibly need. Like plates and cutlery and such.
I will pour him a cuppa.
Is it self-service or do I dish everybody out? I'll dish everybody out so that it seems like I'm trying not to hide anything, that it is just everything from the same pot into the bowls, into the plates that are all there, so that...
So thank you so much, Siren, for the bits. Thank you very much.
Hey.
And it's a good suggestion for the title. I agree.
Thank you, Keldrath.
And you hear in your head as well, like everybody, obviously, when 10th speaks telepathically, you all hear it. Yes, this has a wonderful aroma to it.
Thank you. But it's all in the tasting.
And they just look down at the meal and look up at everybody and say, "Is there a instigation to the meal? Are there words spoken beforehand? Is there any ritual to this that I would be stepping over?"
We haven't really done that as part of our journey. No, we're just here to enjoy a healthy meal. Vangar may wish to say a few words, but
Oh,
If you don't mind, Vanger, I have words I would like to exchange.
of course, please.
And like they stand up. You hear like the moving of the marble on the floor. They pick up the kind of teacup that you present them, or whatever it is, the mug. They pick that up carefully, and they raise it, and they say, "In an effort to cultivate new friendships with those unfamiliar," and then they raise their cup to the middle of the table.
To that, I suppose, and I would, I'd bump the cups. Yeah.
The table is fairly big. You probably all can't reach each other,
then,
but yeah,
simply
it's
raise
definitely like, yeah. I think Phobite knocks over one of the cups and then just raises another one. Tried to pick up the other one that possibly had like something in it. And yeah.
Yes, to new friends.
And they sit, and then they kind of like start to like almost investigate their meal. I can't remember what it is we said you'd collected, but it was probably some kind of game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They prepared with like variously local herbs and such.
It's gamey, yes. Very nice.
And then yeah, looks it over, and then it picks up some cutlery, and then starts to like, cut into the meat, and its kind of tentacles like billow open, undulating, and then the fork disappears underneath, and then you hear what sounds almost like kind of like inhaled choking. And then the fork returns empty. And you hear, "Yes, full of flavors. Thank you for sharing this."
Thank you for your appreciation. Please enjoy.
And then they kind of go back to their like quiet observation.
So, forgive me, Tim, but what is your relationship with these Baru?
There is nothing to forgive in an exchange of cultures. Questions are necessary. I hope you'll be as forthright with my questions as I am being with yours. But yes, these Baru have retained their isolation for perhaps too long. Their culture is stagnating, and they have many gifts they could bequeath the world below.
True enough, they seem to have created a wonderful city up here, and yet never shown the world.
It's quite unfortunate. We are quite a fan of sharing what we discover from other cultures.
And what have you found of the Baru that has been of such interest?
They are rather advanced for this world as a
They do
species.
seem to produce some remarkable machines.
I imagine if not for our vessel above, your eyes would not have been able to perceive the city when out with.
Fascinating. And that's not achieved through magic.
And then there's like a strange insight would be a good thing if you want to roll insight. I would say that's, yeah.
I do, in fact, in this occasion, want to roll insight. Strangely enough, Ryan. Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
24.
Yep. Look at you get what he rolled. My God.
I'm guessing the idea of magic itself is a sort of offensive to him because they're a psychic race and they maybe think of it more in that term. But I don't know.
Yeah, you're completely on the money. Like completely. He looks like he's very disgusted. Is very hard to hide on the face. Like even like the kind of like tentacles in the face almost like arc out as if they're, you know, avoiding something. And then, you know, after that beat that you notice, he relaxes again and says, I assume you study the arcane itself.
No, I'm my magics are more as you've perhaps observed my people, if you've come into contact with us, I don't know if you have. We are but the standards of this world not unadvanced, but by comparison to the Baru, particularly we're not particularly advanced, and certainly if you've seen civilizations more capable even than them, then our technology would, I'm sure, seem very, very quaint indeed. But we fancy ourselves capable craftsmen, and while there are users of the arcane arts, they're often pursued through different avenues than humans or elves or dragonborn might pursue them. Uh, but my interest has always lay in matters of religion, and that's where I learned what I know of what one might call magics. It's and as much as the arcane is a broad term, and I suppose some people might lump mine together with it. It's what I understand as the arcane is a mystery to me. It's not to say I'm not capable of a few things that would be out with ordinary ability. Um, you see, I learned much of what I know as a priest, so it's perhaps not quite as impressive as what they've accomplished here. And I do note that what we term magic, perhaps others might not. It's not always immediately clear to me when something's magic and when something is the workings of machineries I simply don't understand.
And you just hear like a Phobite say, yes, yes, much Vanguard not understand.
As indeed I recognise there is. It's good to know that
Continues munching on like the meat in front of him.
it would be very foolish to imagine that I knew everything. I am just one man.
And then just like you get like a sense of almost like warmth like hit you psychically. It says, then perhaps you will introduce my kind to yours on a formal basis, and we can perhaps exchange cultures.
Oi. How to respond to that?
It's like, well, I tried. Pulls out staff, cocks it like a shotgun.
Unfortunately, I've only got a walking stick.
That's why it'd be more impressive. To say, it's one of my favourite gifts. It's just so good.
I can't even see the gift, but I know what it is.
Yeah. I will clear agency that.
Yep. I figured you.
I am not 100% sure how to respond to that without, excuse me, flat out lying, and I don't know how wise it is for him to flat out lie.
Well, how about this, right? Let me give you a better idea. Let's go and break. You can have a think about it, right?
Or we could do that,
So,
yeah.
everybody, we'll be back in 10 minutes. See you soon. BRBs.
Okay, BRB.
we've got tickets to go down to see the War of the Worlds 3D exhibition
Oh, we're
Very
live
nice.
again.
thing that's on there. So
We have a
we'll be
very
down there.
War of the Worldsy cast in general. I feel like I'm probably the only one who's never actually seen it.
I have never actually seen it either.
I've never seen the actual performance of it, but I have seen it televised. But I've not seen it performed. Like, obviously, I've seen bits of it performed via Callum.
Yes.
So that was.
God bless that boy. We shit on him sometimes, but he genuinely
Well,
is a talent.
I don't know if I've ever been nasty to Callum ever in my life.
It's a lie. That's a lie.
Are you factoring all the times I was super nice and those cancel each other out? No? Okay. It's
No.
fine. Okay. Well, Callum, if you're watching this, know that you're precious. Anyway, we're back. So, welcome back to the Invasion Session 74, Part 2. I'm Ryan, the GM. It is the 24th of November 2021. Here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I will be continuing to be impersonated as Fleabite the Skaven, who's still okay at climbing.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I'm Chris, and tonight I'm going to be Keldras, the Dragonborn Chef.
And also, hello, I am Colin. I will be playing Vanger, who will be a diplomat of sorts, I think, tonight. Oi, Faye.
There's a lot of Lyco overlapping this session, isn't there? I've noticed.
Evidently. God damn it. Put me back in.
Yep. It's the most Lyco statement I've ever heard. You pulled me back in. So, yes. So,
It's just 1 year away from retirement. It's quite far from retirement.
right, so the camera zooms away from the table at the meal, it goes all the way up the side of the facing, and it zooms in on intrepid rat creature, Fleabite, climbing the wonderful rock facing. So, do you want to give me an athletics roll, buddy? And we'll see how the next leg goes for you. Well, hey, you've just been waiting on that 23? Been like, come on, 23! Sacrifices to the... Oh god, that's nightmare fuel, but also fair. So, my son is also called Bort.
I love that one.
I was listening to something, let's say it was the Foundation book, I think. It might have been something else though, but I was listening to something that was old and sci-fi-ish, and it had the name Bort in it legitimately, and I couldn't stop laughing for like 5 minutes because it was taking itself so seriously with the character name, and I'm like, but really though. And that's all I could think of was that scene in The Simpsons. But anyway, so let me find out what that was. It's gonna bug me now. But yeah, you.
Brian, and so is my wife. Others are revealed.
Do you want to continue trying to do it stealthily for me as well? It will be at a disadvantage, mostly because lack of cover. Mostly. Not bad. Look at that. It's like the plus 11 is less impressive, like, than the plus 6, but still, damn, not bad, not bad. Okay, so no, I won't say it's fine. I won't even comment on it. It's totally fine. People saw nothing. I'm also going to assume the audio is okay. Like,
Yeah.
Perfect. Just trying to mentally checkpoint that. So there we go. Yeah. So you climb up. You're now, let's say you're probably somewhere along the lines of that, like, outcropping.
Okay.
Right? So you've managed to climb 6.6 feet.
That's like that's my own height.
Water feet. No, but you've climbed from, as I said, somewhere in the abstract here, all the way up. So you've got to like walk your way up. Now you've got the option to go exploring inside on this, like, very Denethor parade, or you can try and you could go around and up this way, or you could go and try and climb the building itself. Like, what's your goal? Where would you like to go from here?
Cynthia did say top,
Yeah.
then I think I think I would just
Oh, no, yeah, I agree.
Okay, and I try and climb the actual tower. Yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah, it's going to take a good chunk of bit of time as well. So do you want to give me another athletics roll then, and we'll see how well you do up the building. Are you going to attempt to avoid windows, or just climb past them and hope for the best?
I mean, these windows, I would not climb on the glass.
Yeah, like assume this is an abstract representation, right? For the sake of scale being a bit jank in this conversation, but the gist of it would be if you're going to try and avoid crossing windows, it'll be in athletics with disadvantage, but you can then stealth normally, right? However, there'll be no chance to stealth, but it'll be a normal athletics roll the other way. Just your luck if you get spotted or not then. That's your choice. Okay? What do you decide?
I think. Yeah, I think I'll have to go around.
You'll have to go around.
As lucky as Fleetwood can be.
Mm-hmm. But it is. It's just that's just the stage we're at now. It's a bit
He cries with his lonely heart.
At that stage, then it might be time to. If it's quite like a window-heavy section, it might be time just to.
Yeah, assume like most of the actual structure will just impose this condition on you, right? Because you know it's not only about avoiding the windows you're climbing on or not specifically on, it's the ones that are going to be facing you as you're climbing and stuff, so it's going to be awkward, right? If you're wanting to try and assist yourself with something like spider climb, you're more than welcome to pop that if you wanted.
My main thought with spider climb is that it would be a lot faster.
So most of this is me gauging how fast you're moving.
Mm-hmm.
That's what most of this is. I'm aware that Fleabite is reasonably good at climbing, but obviously bad rolls mean bad things, but average rolls just means slow progress, if that makes sense. Good rolls means good progress. So that's kind of what I'm gauging this on. It's most like how much can you get versus how long that meal takes then, you know? Or if you fall and just land on the balcony. You know?
Because yeah, I guess climbing usually is like half speed, whereas climbing with spider climb would be normal speed.
Yeah.
With all the bonuses.
But there might be a lot. There might be a lot of looking in a window and waiting for people to look the other way, though.
And it's only an hour.
Yeah.
Just hope he doesn't see anything shiny.
Starts fighting the other rats that he sees as he climbs.
Or if he does, that it's, a gun. No, that it's something useful.
All these other
it's just
rats
a lever and the entire city starts to float.
Why would they put this on the outside? Nobody knows. So nobody would ever get to it.
Okay, well then I think I'll just keep climbing like normal because I might need those 2 spell slots.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so if you're wanting using the non-windowed route, it's going to be disadvantaged athletics, but you can roll stealth normally once you've done it.
I might use that floating inspiration to normalize.
Flinspiration.
Sure, yeah. By that I assume you'd already used the inspiration that you were bought by Siren and you just left your sheet ticked because it was already ticked, right? Exactly. So now you're going to untick your sheet and use your existing standing. Yep, perfect. You're banked, as it were. I was going to say momentum there, but yeah. Look at that. And stealth.
And this normal as well.
Normal, yep. That was the trade-off. Boom. Yeah. So let's assume next time I come to you, you'll maybe be like somewhere around like this point.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. And so those are pretty damn good rolls. So meanwhile, back at the meal, I'm gonna assume the meal is maybe wrapping up. The consumption portion of the meal at least. Again, some pretty like odd, as I said, inhale choking noises every time 10th actually takes any of the food.
Might we get the impression that this isn't what he usually eats?
Yeah, you could definitely get that, especially from all the stories, Vanger, you've been told by the Zerai. The idea that they're consuming food this way is odd, very odd. But this is clearly like 10th being very polite. So yeah, once the meal kind of concludes, 10th uses one of the kind of like, table setting napkin things to like, wipe the underside of his kind of tentacles and then sits it back down and looks pleasantly at both of you. And obviously can't quite see Fleabite for all the stuff on the table. Or Phobite, I should say. And this was a very interesting experience, this meal. I do thank you for sharing your skills with me.
Glad you enjoyed it.
See that.
I assume Vanger doesn't say that.
Vanger maybe thinks that he doesn't see it.
From this company, you think anything?
Listen, I've seen the episode of Buffy Earshot, and never mind.
So I did add Buffy on your bingo cards.
Yeah, Siren, if you're keeping track at home, that if that's not in the bingo card, I can't remember. It should be.
It probably should be, yeah. It's been a wee while actually since we've Buffy diverted, but yeah.
I was wondering what the hell was going on with that one.
Yeah.
I didn't get what was going on there at all. All these things kept flashing up and I'm going, what the
It's Monday Night Bingo. Siren started it because of how often we end up derailed in that particular game. So yeah.
Fair enough.
But yes. So perfect, thank you, Siren. What's the... I assume, as I said, Vanger didn't say that obviously in there.
No.
I think, Calrath, were you going to say something to Vanger or a 10th or even Phobite?
No, basically, yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the meal. The skills were gathered at a monastery I spent time at, and they taught me well. Yes, you mentioned magic earlier. I don't have any inbuilt magic apart from what you've just experienced.
Kind of like cocks a funny look, and then nods understandingly, but like definitely a slightly delayed understanding. Like they were processing the fact that you meant magic in a different way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then like they were just nodding. And they're saying, your monastery that you speak of, where is it? If you
See, I mentioned
Well,
my
sure.
people as well. Always a mistake.
Yeah. Also, we were technically meant to come back and like what you were going to say back to them, so we should maybe
We
have
were,
that scene.
but I wasn't going to raise that.
Okay, no, let's circle right back to that, shall we? Since that was
You
technically I know. I get too caught up in
Oh.
making Fleabite potentially fall off a
But
giant
we'll
building.
let him finish his answer first. I do actually have an answer. It's fine.
Yeah, cool. But yeah, we'll have
Yeah.
your answer first, then, Kilger. I think we'll rewind time and see how awkward that moment was.
My monastery that I was brought up in is further down the hill, maybe 3-4 weeks towards the bottom of the hill, but it has been destroyed by the invaders, the Giths, I believe they're called, and that's what brings myself here, looking for an answer, and how to
So you wish
possessing.
some form of revenge against them?
I would rather say defense. Prevent
see.
them destroying our world.
So you have laid claim to this world. And we'll pause you there. And we'll go back and we'll have Vanger's conversation.
Yes. So what Vanger would say is, I'm sure with time that will come. My people are a good deal to the south. we mostly tend to stick to the mountains. Not unlike the Peru, I suppose, but we do tend to build more within. Not all of us. Not all of us. I'm of a. My people were mostly hailed from the foothills, but our large cities. Ryan, I'm writing the lore as I speak here. I know.
Just carry on.
But listen, dwarves have one culture in all fantasy settings, so it's fine. They are. We tend to appreciate the sturdiness and endurance of large stone hold built within mountain, timeless. Sure, it's our way of grounding ourselves and keeping our connection to the earth, to the world. You know, not the most well travelled people. Not to say that we're insular. Perhaps some of us, but you'll see the odd one of us around. We're not. If you were to travel to another city outside Paris, you wouldn't be like to meet a Baru. But travel to a few, and I'm sure you'll meet a dwarf or two along the way.
And they kind of just like nod politely and says, I look forward to discovering and embellishing within your culture. It sounds quite fascinating and quite different from my own. I think they would say our own, right? Because he's talking about his people, so.
Yeah.
And sorry.
Sorry, no, I'll let you continue because I think it's better if you do it before I say anything.
And your own world, is it much like this one?
Yeah, there's definitely some body language shift there as well. If anybody would like to insight, they are welcome to.
I mean, I'm going to. Is anyone else going to? I'm going to. It's the worst I've ever rolled. It's the worst I can roll. I will be resigning in shame.
Can I still roll?
Yeah, of course you can. Because insight's quite a personal thing. You can't necessarily. Okay, so it's a 9. Unless there's something that gives you advantage on it. No. It's not so much about helping. You can't really help someone insight unless you're like interrogating somebody, I suppose. But like,
quick, is it bless or guidance? I'm sure they'd love that.
Yeah. So yeah, like there's definitely like a body language shift when you say that anyway. And then you hear like what sounds a bit like a kind of like a gulp or like a swallowing noise, and then again mentally it says the way in which my culture moves from world to world sadly keeps us from our home. Also, thank you, Siren.
That is it is unfortunate, but of course, many peoples are nomadic. Not everyone fails to stay in their homeland.
Not everyone retains the choice either.
No, of course.
And there's definitely like a tone to that you can tell like 10ths doing their best to filter out. But there's very little I can tell either of you with an 8 and a 9. But yeah, then say this monastery that you seek defense of, I thought you said it was destroyed. What would you hope to gain in defense of these Gith? Simply the planet that you're on? The world? I think they'd use the term you used because you used the world, so they would use that term.
Yes. There are some old tomes that are within the monastery that I would like to see protected. And maybe one day the monastery will be rebuilt, but at the present time, the devastation I've seen from the Gith needs managed.
I couldn't agree more. precisely why I have sought out the Baru and have sought their aid in helping this world defend themselves against this infestation.
Your own world has had problems with them?
Precisely.
Yeah. The Gith are unusual people. They seem to have brought their own troubles into this world with them. Perhaps that's too mystic. In as much as I would expect a people who have travelled from world to world might perhaps be united, and yet they seem to have found another world only to make war with each other on it.
They fight amongst themselves.
As all people do from time to time, but it just...
Is this common in your people?
Common? No. Sadly, it has... There have been rifts in the past that have been... They've come to violence, and certainly there are individuals who choose to pursue paths that are destructive of the unity of the people. But mostly, there are relatively few. The damage that they can inflict is relatively small. But certainly, before my time, but there have been battles among my people.
A lack of understanding between some of our races.
And indeed among the peoples, yes.
Yes. Has led to some dangerous times on our planet.
And Tent just kind of like nods and says, "This is sad to hear. However, my people have risen above conflict, especially within. This is why we happily travel and seek out places that can and both enlighten us and us them."
It sounds like a worthy goal.
There's like a nod, like a very deep reverent like nod to that. As does yours. Protection of one's home. Also, thank you very much for Fly.
Oh, nice.
Very, very nice. Enjoy your gift, Siren.
Yay. And of course, there are dangers that the harmony of this world, even with the Gith seemingly at each other's throat much of the time, there have been... All right. There have been problems that have arisen that might not had there not been a Gith presence to cause distraction. We have seen strange goings on in places that we have ventured. Our stay in the city below is plagued by bizarre tales of intrigue at the highest levels of their society. I fear that their city, sheltered from the violence outside, had become volatile, collapsed almost, or threatened to anyway. They were still all going about their daily lives as normal, but the situation was I think there was a great danger looming, and that
From the Gith, no doubt.
perhaps they certainly felt prepared to stand, and that gave their leaders. I think it drove them to be more ambitious, seek to strengthen their hold, and from that, cracks seemed to be emerging. It was alarming, but there was little we could do to assist. It was not a city any of us could call home.
Say no more, Vanger. I understand. We shall pay them a visit, and we shall see if we can assist. Hopefully we can strengthen them too.
Out of character, Banker did definitely just intentionally do that.
Yeah, I figured you were trying to like throw them under the bus.
Neutral tag a little bit there, but for two reasons. I want to see how well their ward holds up, and secondly, you know, if Tanan really is evil, then maybe getting rid of the upper echelons of their society might not be the worst thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's definitely a little bit of
Let's hope that wedding didn't go ahead. Yep.
So yeah, like there's definitely that was just earning the neutral.
I'll put a checkpoint. I'll put a checkpoint here for Tom to be outraged at the potential danger Sarah is now in.
Yes, I know, but Sarah hopefully should not be there.
She, in theory, should not be there. If yous have done
even
your
if the
job
wedding
correctly.
is still allegedly going ahead, I imagine
Correct.
he's just like stuffed some pillows into like a dress, and if he has the commoners set very far away.
Oh dear. Just has Stobart in the dress, yeah.
Because look at it this way: are any of the other nobles really going to call him out in his shit if he just, pretends to marry her and she's not even there? No, probably not.
Yeah, they're probably too high on snuff, right? So, yeah, the joys of that, say.
But yeah, like, so what you sort of getting at there is like, this might actually be like a way to test their power, because if they are strong enough to break through the defenses of Evershade, for one thing, then Evershade shouldn't have been so fucking complacent. And for another, then, well, that kind of tells us just how big of a threat the other cities are in.
Yeah, right, and like...
As if we don't already have a good idea of that. But
yeah, like, Barris is a pretty good indicator of what condition the other cities have, or like what chance, I suppose, the other cities have, given that the Baru are probably the most technologically advanced people on the planet.
My other hope is that they'll stretch themselves a little too thin.
Yeah, right.
But considering their methods, that might not be such a problem.
Yeah, and it's not the worst idea because obviously you did discover like the kind of like secret cult underneath.
Yes, exactly. Well, he would not have done that otherwise.
Yeah.
So I'm clear.
Yeah, no, I got that was the kind of like they seem to have held out this long. Let's see what happens next. And as you mentioned, Tanan's a bit shifty. Then is it that big a loss ultimately?
Yeah.
So yeah, bold move though. Yeah.
It's.
Yeah.
I think Vanger is probably feeling quite desperate right now. So
this is that part in the series where we realise who Vanger really is. I think, or who Vanger decides who he really is in that moment. Going, I think I'm willing to do that. Yeah, like I'm willing to.
Yeah, but I think part of it as well is that it's literally just down the mountain.
Yeah.
It's not like he wasn't going to find it, and I think that allows him to sort of. Maybe I'm just hinting at them to go that way rather than to go visit some other cities first.
Yeah, go north, not south. It's fine. Yeah. No, I get it. It does make sense. Right. Keldrath, anything to add to the meal, or I mean conversationally, not so much food-wise.
Just thinking whether I should take that conversation on to a certain necromancer that's just a couple of stops down the hill. Is this a way of getting rid of Menglod, or will you just convince him to join his army?
I mean, they might see the undead as a useful tool. Very unified, unquestioning.
Yeah, why turn an entire people if you could turn one person who has an entire people? Yeah.
Which is what we believe is probably what's going on in the first place anyway.
Her very charming minions don't complain. They smell a little, but they don't complain. But the smell's actually not too bad after a while, because then you just freeze.
Yeah. Yeah, kept
Nah,
fresh.
I won't bring that up.
That's
I'll
okay, but
definitely-
it was a good
But
plot
we
point.
might
Yeah.
be able to direct her towards them, is a thought.
Yeah.
The other way around, right? While they're
Yeah.
engaged in their business down the mountain.
Could be, right? The enemy of my enemy is... Well, they can be enemies together, I suppose. So, yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
can go and have enemies together.
Right, if that's the case, I think 10th will again psychically be speaking to everybody and say, "And what of your people, little one? You have been very quiet this meal. Was it not to your liking?" And then Phobite just kind of like looks up from scratching under her like chin, like most like her neck area, for like casting hair onto like the whatever was like the I guess the empty plate, since Phobite probably like finished first. Looks around at both Keldrath and like Vanger with kind of like wide eyes as if caught in a headlight, and then looks over around all the stuff on the table back up at 10th and goes, "Fleabite is alone in this world." And then just like pushes the plate further onto the table.
Sort of quietly lean over to 10 and say, "Get much out of strange creatures. Don't think they're from here either."
Where do you
You
believe
purchased
they're
Fleabite.
from? Yeah, and like there's that kind of like awkward, like horrible guttural laugh in your brain again, and it's transmitted from a 10th, like the equivalent of a uncomfortable polite laugh. And then they say, "Yes, origins can be difficult conversations. It is why the future is always a more apt topic. So much
By the
potential."
way, when he sort of said, "Where do you think they're from?" I would just have like, "Ugh."
Yeah, yeah. I figured there wasn't going to be much of an answer there because it's like, well, I don't know, because Vanger doesn't, right?
Yeah, Vanger has not a clue. He said something about elsewhere, and he's also said something about underneath before.
Mhm.
So I think Vanger might read it as like some sort of dimension that we would think of as hellish,
Okay, yeah.
rather than literally he's from below cities in a different world. I don't know that that's how Vanger interpreted it as, although maybe if he really sat down and thought of it, he could get there. But
Right.
because Vanger doesn't know he's a Skaven, right? I do.
Thank you very much again for Fly.
Oh wow, someone's generous. Are there even enough of us to receive these? Sorry, Ryan, that was very...
There's 198 of us, I'll have you know. So yeah, you only need to follow to be valid.
Followers are valid.
They are indeed.
Will I ever stop making that joke?
But I
No.
am 2 away from 200. Still. We'll get there one day. Thank you very much for Fly. I hope you're enjoying our awkward dinner conversation. So yeah, I think 10th then says, "Would you perhaps like to see more of the city while you're here?"
Don't look too high up.
I think we have to say yes to that, surely.
Of course, yes. There is
It
much
would
to
be-
see in a world that's hidden from the rest of the world. So yes.
Would certainly be very interesting.
And 10th bows politely, stands up and bows politely, and says, "I will allow you time for your meal to settle, and then you will be summoned." Thank you again
Very
for the
gracious
meal,
of you.
Keldrath.
Very welcome. Very, very welcome.
And good day all. And then like turns and walks away. And then again like the doors open, as if the guards knew they were coming.
Yeah,
And then
okay.
they close again.
Can I roll insight in that?
Yeah, I mean,
See if we can hit another one.
what are you trying to insight?
Really go for it, guys.
What specifically?
Inciting what you just said, because I don't know if that would immediately be obvious to Vanger that was clearly like a psychic command given. I think he could guess at it.
I'll
but
say
I just
you
wouldn't-
could roll Arcana.
I could roll Oh,
Yeah.
I'm worse at Arcana by a considerable amount, but that's fine.
Yep.
It's 5, Ryan.
I mean, it could have been right? Like I don't think there's enough to say that probably he's able to talk to them like he's speaking to you, right? There's enough of a baseline. Beyond that, who can say, right?
Yeah.
But it was.
I think
it wasn't so much like a. Is that what he was doing? It was more as could he do that? Question, right? So that's why I said I kind of.
It occurred to him that that it was possible at the very least. Yeah.
So yeah, it definitely seems like that's something. Given his ease at speaking to all of you simultaneously, telepathically, it's likely that extends, at least without the need to see the person.
Which is interesting because could he have been listening without seeing us?
Right. So that's again something else. Because maybe do you want to insight that then? I'll give you that if you want.
I suppose Fullbite has the answer to that.
Thought he was probably like scratching, trying to look as like unassuming as possible. But yeah, it's up to you, Vanger, if you want to like to try and insight. It'd be very difficult, but you're pretty good at insight.
You know what? I will give it a roll.
Yep.
Let's see. We're aiming for 1, guys. It's a little better than a 1.
Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad. Very hard to say. Again, you'd be as well asking them at this stage, because yeah. But yeah, that was a high DC though, so don't worry about it. Yeah, and I think once like the doors close and such, I think Fullbite kind of looks between the two of you, and then like again finishes scratching themselves, and then says, "We should go," as if it's a question.
Where to exactly right now? Are you thinking?
And then there's just like a horrible, like kind of like almost like a cat trying to bring up a hairball, like sound coming from Fullbite, and then like the red mist just coughs out of them, and then again envelops them, and out of it she kind of like gently wafts away the red mist, and Cynthia's sitting there, and she goes, quite cramped in that position, like rolls her shoulders back and cracks her neck, and then like pulls out a bit of fur from her lips, and then says, "I was asking, do you think we should go on this tour? It would be perhaps wise if we got lost on the tour."
Interesting. I see where you're coming from.
Did you glean any insight as to whether or not I was detected for not being who I am? Clearly not. She kind of rolls her eyes between the two of you when she's saying that.
There were a couple of points where he addressed you where he seemed suspicious of you. Specifically, suspected that you weren't you.
And like from Vanguard's just natural insight as well, like it's hard to say that he was really aware of anything, given his body language was so kind of neutral. I think because he's so cerebral based, like his body language is quite a natural defense that way, right? Because he doesn't need to rely on it for communication.
I think she'll probably be quite aware of that too, but he doesn't exactly. He doesn't give a lot away.
I hope that he didn't think Fleabite was verbal enough to communicate. I'm hoping that he maybe thought that languages were tough for you.
And she replies and says like, yes, with the similar inflections to Fleabite. When she kind of catches herself doing it and just smirks. Like she's fully aware that was, a holdover.
I hope. I have no way of knowing for sure, but I'm hoping.
She like stretches out and pats your hand, and she says, "The meal was lovely, by the way."
Thank you.
He's very talented. Yes.
She kind of just nods at that, and then she stands up, and then she walks over to the balcony and kind of just looks out, and then walks back over and says, "I don't know how long it takes their meals to settle, so I'm unaware of how much time we have. But perhaps we should come up with a plan quickly.
You seem to have a specific place in mind when you were talking to Ben.
And she goes, "Oh, you mean Fleabite?" And she like points out back out the balcony.
I nod.
Well, if you were living here, where would you put the most valuable things?
Agreed.
And she puts her hand up because she almost stops herself because she's talking to a dwarf. So wouldn't that be down the way? So
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
I know, but I
Yeah.
understand the logic of the city that I'm in.
Yeah. But
Um,
this is more just her giving herself that one. Actually, no, because it's a
It's
dwarf.
I get what you're saying. Don't worry about that. It's that makes a lot of sense.
I thought you were just sending him up there as a distraction.
She laughs and she goes, "It did have a dual purpose, and
Hmm.
it allowed me to settle in to a role that 10th was expecting. I wasn't welcome after all." And she looks between the two and says, "We have an egg to find, and ideally to liberate."
Do you think 10th knows where the egg is?
Then she kind of looks at you. You can tell she has no idea when she looks at you, right? You can just tell. Like, she's not trying to hide that or anything. She says, "I hope not, because if the Zerai," she looks at you, "are correct in their beliefs, then the egg will be our strongest weapon against 10th's kind."
That's certainly our hope. If we did you manage to glean anything about their numbers?
Are you asking if I can tell if there are more of 10th's kind in the city?
Well, I'm sure there are, but I know that you have abilities beyond.
She like lifts up her skirt
Right.
daintily and like curtsies very like gently and goes, "Appreciated the faith you have in me and my skills." She says it very coyly, like she knows she's kind of teasing you a little with it, as if she doesn't almost take that compliment seriously, even if it's just matter of fact from Vanger. And she says, "I could not tell you their numbers within the city. Perhaps there is simply 10th. Perhaps there are thousands. It would be hard to say. This tour might enlighten us, however. But I imagine they will be showing us what we are meant to see. And perhaps they'll be reading us to gauge if we were expecting to see it. If you follow me. Also, good night, Siren."
Right.
Good night.
No eating from Squidman. Agreed.
Mhm.
You did seem to be able to catch up with us quite easily.
She just like, she smirks at you. She goes, "Is my company so unwelcome?"
I'm not saying anything of the sort.
It was just convenient I was so close.
Anyway, suppose we should tidy up a little here and get prepared. Who knows when they'll.
I'm going to say this to just out loud.
Okay.
I am concerned that the egg hasn't been located. If the Baru are under so much control, or the
Why don't
Baru,
you
I
just
know.
get them to take it to?
Yeah, I'm concerned that this could be a trap.
As am I.
Like synthesis, to what end? What are they looking to trap? What value do you hold to them? And I mean no offence, I'm sure he was mightily impressed with your culinary skills.
More to the point, if they want to trap us, gestures around.
Yes, it's a very fine cage we're in.
Yes. But maybe the access to the egg requires something the brew. I don't know.
Yeah,
There's just
there is
concerns that
there is like
I
a
haven't
look that goes across her face as well, and it does look like concern when you're bringing this up. And like it's probably always uncomfortable when she looks less like cocksure, right? Like given that she rarely looks uncomfortable. So yeah, she always kind of looks fairly like amicable and pleasant. But yeah, this time that does seem to deeply concern her. She kind of like shivers at that. She says, yes, it would be quite disappointing to have come all this way, simply to be trapped.
What?
However, we may also have an ally within the city.
She raises an eyebrow.
We met one of the brew that I can't remember the name of.
His name was Safim.
Safim.
We should be
Oh.
cautious. Not
Yes.
Too much.
Yes. We have met a brew that suggested that there might be assistance if we could get into the city.
Why are you whispering?
Uh,
Like she says that clandestine as well, right? Like, but she obviously she didn't watch the stream. Do you know what I mean? So
yes, I will not mention the name.
yeah.
I will say tentative ally is aware of the control the Baru are under, and he has somehow managed to evade it. He obviously knows of the psychic powers of the illicit and didn't want to say too much. Only that within the walls of the city we may have an ally if we could get in without his assistance.
Did he help you get inside?
No.
Then I would say you have an ally, do you not? Where within the city is he?
We know nothing. We know no more than his name.
She just smirks and goes, okay, that's something. And his name was Sufim? As if sounding it out.
It was.
She nods. She does that quietly, if that makes sense, to keep the clandestine nature of it all intact. And she says, I'll keep my ears out for that name. This tour,
Again,
however, and she looks at you like severely and she says, we should come up with a plan to expand the search. What do you have at your disposal?
I would gesture to you, since I think you're the best option here.
Yes, I can use many of my tattoos to explore the city. It will put me into trance, so I may stay here and explore the city this way, while Flowbite and Vanger take an official tour.
And she looks to you, Vanger.
Willie, do you think you're happy with that?
I don't know how we would convince him.
Have a think about it, because it is a decent strategy.
Perhaps you could make yourself temporarily ill.
Or perhaps you could simply do it now while you wait. It's not like you're going to be able to surveil the whole city with that from here anyway.
And what explanation would you offer his returning tattoo?
That's a good point.
Well, the interest of Tenth in the religious aspect of Vanguard earlier. Maybe if I sat in the balcony meditating and used the hawk, we could say this is part of my own rituals.
And I suppose it's true enough, but he might still be suspicious. I can, if you were to join me in the tours, I may be able to slip away in the form of something smaller than myself. But it may be hard to find an opportunity.
And she kind of nods and she says, I again can assume Fleabite's form, and I could attempt to evade them on the tour and explore until caught.
Perhaps you could assume a form other than Fleabite's. It may slow down their figuring out what's happening if we were all be missing and then Fleabite were to be found.
I did pick up another form that may be suitable for this. And then she shapeshifts into like a Baru. Again, the red mist swirling around her. The audience would know who this person is. You don't.
And probably Fleabite would
also. Fleabite would know who this person is. They look distinctly druidic, though. Right? They look distinctly druidic, Finger. And then you hear a comment coming out of a Baru's mouth, punctuated with the trunk every now and then. It's maybe a bit unusual to see. And they say in a fairly male Baru voice, the downside of this form is that it's of an exile, and thus I fear my distraction would be quite punctuated by capture and potentially execution. So I would rather save this for a more extreme need. Then the red mist swirls around her and she shifts back into herself. Yes. A former companion of Fleabite's, in fact.
I see. It's good that you have that in your pocket should you need it, but I agree that shouldn't be your first course of action.
I was rather thinking you would carry an image of myself, or rather, myself as Fleabite. For you to continue the tour, you seem quite eloquent at statehood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and there's like a complete like shit-eating grin from her, right, when she says that, and then she like produces a stone, and she hands it to you. It's like a very, very, very smooth stone with like a couple of.
I would open my hand to receive the stone.
Yeah, and she like places it very kind of delicately and warmly in your hands, and like her hand cups the bottom of yours, and she places it in your hand, and then you can see it's like carved with like a rune, like it is essentially the magical equivalent of like an illusion that will just like follow you. You'll get enough about the kind of dwarven side of this because it's dwarven. The rune.
I see.
And it's essentially a spell engraved into a stone.
How convincing will this be? Will it speak?
And she says, it will reply when I addressed with a simple phrase, which I figure, yes, will suffice.
Very good. Okay.
And she just laughs and says, yes, yes.
I hope they haven't observed my abilities yet.
This is quite subtle.
Very good. I will keep it among my effects.
Simply when I tug on your, and she looks down at like whatever it is you're actually wearing, like your robes. She says, I'll tug on them 3 times and then simply trace the rune with your thumb. As long as you keep the rune on you, I will appear to be following.
How mobile?
Trace the rune with my thumb. Okay.
And then, what were you saying, Caldrath?
I was going to say, how mobile is the illusion? Because basically what you're saying there is you could, I'm thinking along the lines that we could say that Fleabite is tired and climbs upon my shoulder.
And she kind of says, it would be ill-advised to interact directly with the illusion. It may...
That's what I'm trying to clarify, yes.
And she,
yes.
Yeah, she looks like... It's almost a grimace of, yeah, it's got limits. And then she says, if you wish, I can borrow your visage instead, if you wished to wander. And she looks at you, Vanguard or Keldrath. Like she looks between the two of you.
It's true that...
But I would not be a conversationalist as Fleabite. I would require one of you to maintain the conversation. But I could mimic perhaps an ill and silent Keldrath, or an equally introverted and thoughtful Vengar. But
I think Fleabite would be the best option.
It is a sadly simple enchantment.
His lack of communication with 10th may be our biggest aid in being undiscovered.
And then, speaking of undiscovered, the camera zooms all the way up to Fleabite. There's a big dramatic, CG full shot all the way up to the top of the tower. Yeah, as I said, we're at that spot where like you're tentatively tipping between 2 windows. I was like, perhaps Baru inside or walking past. Yeah, what's going through Fleabite's head at the moment? What's been going through Fleabite's head up the climb, right? Because it's been going pretty fucking well, and I know I've said it, but
Probably like, yes, show them how far Fleabite can climb.
I want to just point out, this is impressive. Like, you have impressively climbed. Without really the aid of anything, which is miraculous.
Is Fleabite under the impression that he's gone up for this climb for any reason other than because it was a challenge?
I mean, being able to see everything and presuming Fleabite will remember that there was a reason at the top. That's
what I'm thinking. He'll get up there and he'll think to himself, "Oh, I should be looking for something."
No, I'll get up there and I'll think, Fleabite win! And then forget why it was there.
But if he gets up to the top, Fleabite will win. So that's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a race all over again, isn't it?
Yeah. Looks like he was trained for this. Oh,
he's been moulded for it.
Also, though,
from early age.
Looking at the rolls he's had, though, those are pretty fucking impressive, feats of athleticism getting up here. So yeah. But you know what's going to happen now, don't you, Alexander? So we've got another feat of athleticism coming up, and again, you kind of need to decide. So are you still wanting to go straight up, or do you want to go towards this kind of almost what would you call secreted is the word I'm trying to not use because I don't really mean that, but secluded maybe. This area here obviously seems like it's very hard to kind of get to. seems like this is like a nice walkway between like this tower and like this entire like structure. Most of this obviously isn't seen from up here though because of how high this part is. And as I said, if you're about here, you can continue to climb up, or you could like try and go around here, to which there are, you know, active entranceways. So it's up to you what your actual plan is.
This one's higher, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Well,
So you're here,
I can
and that
always
would
climb
be
down.
like that would be like an
Climb
up
down.
and over, if that makes sense for there.
Mm.
Whereas this is just up. That's like up, up, up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's up.
Okay. Okay. Give me an athletics just to get to here. It's just a normal roll. Oh. Now what do you do? So
now
this would be
I
a fail. Do you want to use some, you know, psychic powered dice?
That's a good start.
This is a falling fail, that's why. Okay.
Falling fail is like a finishing maneuver for a really bad wrestler.
I mean, Fleabite could
Oh
be
my
that
god,
wrestler.
the falling fail from the second rope! It's done very little!
Oh,
My
dear.
god, he's alright! He's not in terribly bad condition at all!
What would Fleabite's wrestling name be?
Leave out?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Surely.
And then, yeah, so this is enough to, like, have not quite fail, if that makes sense. But it's not going to do you much good. It's going to take a long time to get, like, up this next leg, essentially, right? Very, very difficult to get up this next part.
Counting on you, remember.
You ultimately you'll need to use Spire Climb to get up that last spire, based on the way it's designed, but you might want to use it now just to speed up this next part. It's entirely up to you.
Does it look like I'd be able to get to the top of the spire and back? Or anyway, at least to the top of the spire.
It depends
Before it
how
runs out.
long you take up the top. Do you want to give me a roll to work that out? Do you want to pitch something to me?
My innate sense of how much 5 feet is.
Okay, yep.
That is true, he does have that, we all do.
Okay.
Is
But on a
clearly-
theatre of the mind map, you don't though.
then I would be lying to
Good by
myself
1
to
week.
convince myself that I do know. So it would be a deception of my own mind.
Are you trying to deceive me with this roll?
QED. I don't know, that was pretty convincing.
I would say I could make an argument for I could say investigation because of the intelligence basis it comes from, right? I could also argue survival. Obvious navigation based reasons. But I think those two are fair. But the investigation more in the intelligence side of things. But I think that's enough of a deep thought skill. Or, as I said, survival. Those are probably the ones I'd go for, but I'd be open to hearing a better pitch than deception.
Well, put it like that.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with investigation.
Sure, yep, go for it. Yeah, like, you think as long as you don't waste time, you could probably like get up and back without worrying too much, because even if it runs out on the way down, you could cast it again, or you could try and stick the landing. Or you could like teleport the last 30 feet, right? So, you've got options.
Yeah.
Teleportation is a pretty good option, really. Let's be honest.
I'll cast. Speed ray climb.
Okay.
Now,
Now indeed.
is there a narrative space in that investigation roll? No, that I suspect there's another dumb reason why this. No, there's another sensible reason why this dumb idea would work.
Now's the winter of our discotheque.
Yep.
I was thinking, like, if I was gonna run short of spider climb time at the end of it, if I started like pittoning my way up, so that when I get back to that, I could just hold on. But I'm guessing pittoning would slow me down and probably just not work on this surface.
And anyone inside might hear it.
It's the wind.
The wind I told you there
seems
was
to be
none of.
chipping at our walls.
Yep, as I said, the wind I said there was none of. Yep.
Someone throwing rocks, trying to get some lover's attention.
It's like the old Batman and Robin, where they're walking, across the horrendously flipped camera angle, and the person comes out the window and has a conversation with them when they're hanging on the little rope. Oh dear. Okay, so I guess my question is, are you going to pit in your way up?
Not this time, but I may be back.
Okay. Yeah, so you start to work your way all the way up, and obviously after a chunk of time you get to the top. Don't you give me an athletics and or an acrobatics to see how long it takes you to get up?
I'll take an or acrobatics.
Yeah.
Mm.
Look at that, see? And you've always had a go at me for saying athletics. And it's been one of your best allies until very, very recently.
Acrobatics, yeah.
Yep.
Big fan.
That sounds like something Churro Terra would have started, like a Zumba class. Just him and his bats in his cave. Yeah. So, yeah, it maybe takes you closer to the half an hour than you would have liked to get to the top. But yeah, you're at the very, very top. You're hanging on, like, some pretty pristine stonework, quite frankly. Like, it's not even stained up here. Like, you would maybe think if it's been around for so long, it probably would be, just based on, like, well, birds, right?
Amateurs never even climbed up to the top of their own tower.
What's the point of having a fucking tower if you ain't gonna climb it?
And yeah, you've
I
probably
should have
got
done that in Doctor Strangelove's voice. Would you like me to go again?
sure, go
My
for
duty tells the world!
So good. Why isn't that Vanger's voice?
Because, no.
Imagine that entire meal.
I promise you, Ryan, I'll make my next character a comedy Nazi. Okay? Just for your sake.
I appreciate it. Save it for Stars Without Number, though, not Star Wars. Right?
Do you
One
think
day-
you're going to convince me to play that game?
Probably, one day.
Star Wars is quite fitting, I think, if anything. I am an Imperial officer. How could you possibly have told? He says, like, I'm putting on his leather gloves.
Also eating a bar of chocolate. Oh dear. Anyway.
He can walk because his legs have been replaced with droid legs.
Yes. So you're just hedonism bot now?
My emperor, my legs.
The Baron Harkonnen? Like, just you floating. Oh dear. I like to believe you've just been, like, canted into half of an R2 unit. That's my funnier image, I think.
It's quite a funny image. I could go with that, maybe.
But besides all that nonsense, back to the tower. What did you do up the top of the tower, Felipe?
I take in the view a wee bit. We are lower than when we had like our look from the like hillside.
Yeah, like this tower is almost on par with like the lip of the basin, as it were. Like it's hard to say from where you are because obviously the basin isn't even. It goes up and down, but yeah, this is pretty much like just on par. It doesn't peak over though, if that makes sense.
Then I think Fleabite will try to sort of extend his consciousness as if he were going to use his psychic abilities and just kind of hope there's like a simple connection.
So you forgot to do any like psychic phones with people, because it's definitely been longer than the 2 hours now. That's definitely wore off. Would you have retroactively made any like new connections, or would you just have leapt out the window at her behest?
No, I was just like,
Yeah, I figured you might have, but I wanted to give you that little
If
potential moment.
Cynthia told you to jump out a window, like just yes, woomph. No, that was supposed to be an example of what not to
Just
do.
gone. So it's a shame you're not like a flying possum type design, because I could just imagine you just jumping off the balcony, just gliding and seeing where you land. Like, why did I do that? I don't know. What's this? Just wanders off.
So when you're at the top, did you find the thing? Oh.
Oh yeah, all the way back with an ice cream from somewhere, in a balloon. But yeah, so you reach out and try and like make a connection with Cynthia. As I said, this has taken a couple hours to obviously have achieved. Let us pause you there. We'll go back to the dining room, as it were, the makeshift dining room. Did you come up with a plan that wasn't just Cynthia sneaking off and leaving you literally holding the baby?
Well,
because you have the option to send one of you as well, or instead, mostly instead.
Here's my thinking. Although I am quite a good talker as me, Banker is probably the worst one to have in a position where he might get asked to make a roll on talking. And because you can't really use your sneakiness while moving, whereas I kind of think I should sneak out and be a cat.
And you've been told by Sufim there were at least there were Paku all over the city. So
yeah, but the only problem is I had sort of expressed interest, and I don't want to make it too obvious. So what I thought was if I could initially agree to go and then ask if I could be seen back to the room, just to rest or what have you.
Are we assuming that we're going to be here for a short period of time, or?
Fucking hope so.
Yeah, no. But what I mean is, are we going to be here overnight? Are we going to get locked back in this room?
What do you think is Keldrath? What does Keldrath think is going to happen based on what's happened thus far?
At the present time, whenever I opened that door, there was no guards on the door.
Correct.
So to be able to sneak a cat out a little bit later when it's dark might be easier.
I mean, I could go out the window anyway.
Exactly. So take the tour. We'll take the illusion that is Fleabite with us. We will let Cynthia go and explore in whichever form she thinks best for herself. We'll take the tour as normal. We'll come back, and then while we're supposedly sleeping, maybe then we should explore as the cat, explore as the hawk, and see what we can find that way. Maybe we're going a bit too deep that everything's got to be done in one shot.
Mm.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to make it all align.
Mm-hmm. So when it cuts back to the timeline that Fleabite's on, the amount of alarms he's triggered on the way up.
That's a different matter entirely.
Literally their giant antenna.
I was going to say, some Baru in the radar room's like hitting a monitor.
Yeah.
We've got bogies everywhere!
So it's like the tower is actually just a big antenna, so it is just wobbling. That's funny.
So, I actually, that is a fair point. I'm thinking of, let's try and do this all in one, but do we need to do that? You make a very good point here.
So, plan currently then could be, everybody goes on the tour, Cynthia sneaks off, activate fake Fleabite. So, faux bite.
Fofo, yeah, big fofo. Johnny fofo.
And then you just take the tour. Obviously, anything that's asked of Fleabite will just reply yes automatically, which is fine, because Fleabite's social graces allow such responses to be acceptable. Cynthia can go explore what she wants to go explore. and then you just want to, like, return to the room, and then under the cover of night, go off and have a perusal.
I like that as a plan, actually. Yeah,
Or
that makes a lot of sense to me.
I think that kind of makes a bit more sense than having to do it all in one go.
Yeah.
You're right. You are right.
Yeah, and at least it means there's both of you to, like, kind of captivate the attention of the tour, rather than risk it all on, like, one person as well. That means you've got the chance of being assisted and such conversationally, which is nice. If people were worried about roles. So,
And obviously, by the time we get through this conversation in the tour, Eltris will be back beside us as well. So yeah.
One
Yeah.
hopes.
I mean, the assumption is Eltris is, besides being narratively excused, is likely to have tagged along with most of all this anyway. Just stayed super quiet.
Yeah, narratively
Yeah.
quiet.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm sure there would be lots of wonderful things he could have told.
Walks in one day. Oh, sorry, lads, I was narratively excused for a minute there. What did I make?
Just like steps out from behind a curtain.
That's so entirely not his voice that I did there. I don't know what that was.
Can you
Tom,
do an
if you're
Eltris
listening-
impression?
Yeah? I don't think I can.
Yeah. Alexander? You got an Eltris impression in you?
No.
Sarah!
Fair? Fair? Mm-hmm. Oh. I'm going to assume none of your
She-
family are called
She
Sarah.
loves me.
So they run to you right now. But yes, so I guess with that, Cynthia shifts back into Phobite. Assumes the form. You've obviously got the stone in your pocket, Vanguard. And then
Yeah.
eventually there is again, the two Baru open the doors again, stand to the side. And you are greeted with another Baru who speaks common and says, the names were Vangur, Caldrath, Eltris, and Fleabite, is that correct?
Banger here, yes.
Edam Keldrath, yes.
Kind of nods. I am almost like suppressing like a reaction of the trunk waving and such. Like tap their hands together, and they clearly look very ambassadorial or diplomatic or like an envoy. Is the kind of the impression you're getting from the way they're dressed. And they say, I heard you would like to tour our city.
We would like to see our way around, if that's possible. Please, yes.
And where would you like to start?
Well,
If you were going to show somebody around about your city, what would you say was the most exciting places to visit?
And then they look a bit flustered by that, and like their trunk starts like patting them on the forehead, and they go, "Oh, we don't get outsiders a lot, so it would be difficult to say what you would find interesting. What interests you most about where you come from?"
many things, but I'd be curious on the matter of your libraries.
Right, where we store knowledge. Yes, that would be a good place to start.
I see you're a very advanced people, and I'm sure you have some very interesting methods. I'd be very excited to see what it is that you have. I don't mean to sound covetous. I apologise. That sounded. I'm merely interested in such matters. I visited the libraries down in Evershade as well. Very very interesting experience. And perhaps I understand that there's not a great deal of religious observation among your people.
Oh, right. Questions about our culture. No. We are, I don't mean to offend, based on the religious paraphernalia you seem to be adorned with, Vanger. However, we see ourselves as unneeding that type of support. And you can tell they have like tried to dance over eggshells so delicately.
Please, it's I take no offence at such things. It's a big world. You go out there, you find that not many people share all of your beliefs. But I was curious then. Is there anything that you do have in way of a spiritual life, if not a religious one?
Give me a wee second. They
I've
look at
heard
you.
some humans, for instance, make holy places of museums and such like.
Yes, quite, and also a lot of wars. They just say really awkwardly.
They have there have been some wars. Yes, that's true.
My name is Betuv. I didn't
Pleased to
say
meet
that
you,
before.
Betuv.
Apologies. Again, we don't get outsiders, so it's quite novel to be interacting this way. I have studied the common tongue of this world. I am assumedly fruitlessly, and yet here we are. It's just looks so nervous.
Hey, knowledge is its own boon, but no, you're and you have studied it well. I can see it's very impressive to have no chance to practice in people who are using it in their daily life, and yet to speak it so well. So your studies have certainly not been fruitless at all. But we all speak the common tongue with varying degrees of ability.
They give you that look like somebody who isn't used to a Scottish person speaking as fast as they did. And after like a couple of beats, they just smile and nod because they've caught up.
So do you see what I'm doing?
Yeah,
Laying the seeds before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like a dream.
perfect.
So yeah, Tuv says, please all join me if you will. As we go, if you have questions, feel free to ask. I will do my best to expound on the subjects as we encounter them. Yes, let's go.
Thank you, King.
And
Done.
like they turn and they walk past the guards, and then as you all leave, the guard obviously close the door. And again, there doesn't seem to be like a locking mechanism on the door. So
I get
that
the feeling that they don't generally deal with like well, for instance, prisoners.
right, like it's
Maybe their justice system is more based around exile.
right. Yeah, it's definitely. You're definitely getting the impression, like, as you wander around, if that's something you keep an eye out for, there's probably little to any kind of like locking mechanisms you would be familiar with, if any, in this place.
Is that something that would be suspicious to mention? Probably, yeah.
Probably, yeah. To mention, yeah. It's just something you might notice, considering you just had a lot of focus on it earlier with the doors. But yeah, so you're kind of like you're shown around what essentially just looks like a big palace, right? It looks distinctly empty, in the sense that it looks weird that it's this empty. It looks like things have maybe
normally be this empty. Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like it could possibly have recently been a thing. Like for example, perhaps there's a lot of like foot traffic in here that is distinctly absent, and that's very obviously on the nose. You don't even need to roll anything to pick that up. Your passives would get that, super easily. So yeah, that's odd that there's been nothing done to like attempt to cover that up, if that makes sense. Like to the point where there might even just be like a tray of like like for example like a coffee cafeteria or whatever, like sat just on the side of a table, clearly abandoned. That level of the place has been cleared out clearly for this tour.
Do we want to ask questions about that sort of stuff, or are we more concerned with not upsetting the illithid, and
Also, Alexander, feel free that you can, as a player, advise your teammates in this moment. Even if Fleabite can't.
Mm-hmm.
Was there something you were thinking, or was that just a sort of?
I was just prodding him just to make sure that.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
I
so
just
he knows.
wondered in case there was something he'd said in the chat that I hadn't seen.
No, it was mostly just to let him know that he is still welcome to participate in your side of the RP.
Fair. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, could
I
do
don't
with
think-
some more ivory stuff.
Oh god.
I don't know that. I mean, Keldrath might, but I don't know that I would comment on any of that.
No, I don't think so either.
I think I might see it as like, oh, that's bound to be a touchy subject. Let's tactfully shift onto other matters.
Yeah, is there anything you bring up? Because you can tell he's taking you through the palace like with a bit of purpose. Like you've mentioned the library to him, obviously, before, so you can probably guess that you're working your way towards that type of thing. But is there anything you would like to ask about, like what you see on the way? Is there anything specific you would like to notice, for example, on the way? Like, what would you like to gain information on this journey through the palace? If anything.
Well, okay.
Sorry, yeah, I'll let you take the lead on that
Well,
one.
let's ask a relatively simple question. Just so we're engaging with him, does the palace have a name?
Oh my god. Probably.
Is
Okay.
the palace of something?
Give me a second.
roll.
Wow, Treehold Citadel is such a fucking cool name.
You can't just say no.
Because of the tree hole! That's why we call it.
It was Treehold, but I like Treehold better
I know,
now.
but like I was thinking it was like tree hole Ed.
Yeah.
It's just like, they put a tree hole in it. That's why they call it obvious, eh?
Oh dear. Yeah, so yeah, like as you're walking you said, does the palace have a name? Let me see. Most things of the Baru are named such due to our lack of well, our our insular nature that we have as a people. But the palace itself was built long ago by a Baru known as Jira, and it is often referred to as Jira's palace.
A great builder amongst your people, then.
Quite the architect, yes.
Very good.
The case that the early ones build more. Among our people, many of our greatest monuments were built early. It's often thought of as a great way to bring people together and forge a shared identity. And of course, to spread skill and knowledge through the people.
Something we are quite lacking of, as you will no doubt be aware of. Nervous laugh.
Can I insight that?
Sure, you can, but to what
Because
end?
I'm not quite sure what he's suggesting. Like, does he think of his own people as like? I mean, what
Yeah,
exactly
feel free to
is he
roll.
saying by that? It's a good roll, right?
It's a very good roll, yeah. It's possibly the best you could have
27.
done. He's nervous because you've mentioned about spreading skill, and that's something the Burr don't do, right? Because they keep everything to themselves.
Right.
So that's almost like...
To be fair, I was saying like, among one's people. I wasn't necessarily saying you should share all your knowledge with us.
Yeah,
boy.
but like, you could maybe guess they're reading into what you're saying,
Okay.
right? I mean, this guy has had like, the job of an envoy and nobody to envoy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sort of then, if I'm reading a bit of nervousness into it, I would probably say something. Oh, I don't mean to. I appreciate that your people have always preferred to keep to their own. I don't mean to pry in that manner. I'm just when it comes to the spreading of skill, it's something that when people we view, especially skill working with your hands. You see, we favour it very highly, and so great works that could bring in all the community were valued because people would learn, knowledge would spread, people would come from one side of the land to the other, and some of them would settle, etc., etc. But of course, be a very different structure in a society that's based around one city. As you say, most of you don't really have much need for different names for different places, since you, I imagine, only have the one of many things.
Again, nervous laugh. I'm also, just as a point where I'm going to retcon Jira, just because a couple of seconds later I decided a much better name. So the name's going to be Zaha Hadid, because
Okay.
that's an actual architect that I loved the work of. She died in 2016. So I'll name it after her. So Zaha Hadid will be the replacement for Jira, because she's awesome.
It also has the benefit of not sounding anything like Jiro.
Yeah, exactly. Jira was just a name generator, anyway. Wasn't quite as good as Brackhill Hold or Withal Fortress or Belsover Fort or Harsley Fortress. So yeah, not so good. Whereas,
oh, by the way, what I was saying there was I was referencing the fact that Jira sounded a bit like Jiro, but I think you heard it as me just saying it twice.
no, I heard you say Jiro.
Okay, I thought you hadn't.
No, it's okay. It's just on the actual name generator. It was like one of the options, and I was like, nah. But no, Zaha Hadid is a much better name for this, and that can be the original Baru that designed the palace. That's colour, so it's like the Zaha Palace is colour. Yes. Yeah, and I think like the like Batuv will just kind of like politely acknowledge what you were saying, and then says the Baru, skilled as we may be, I often find the thought processes we go through, the study that we have culminated over years, must have stagnated. It's, and it kind of like whispers. It's not often a thought process we like to encourage. You see, the idea that outsiders could perhaps blow away the dust, as it were.
You might be surprised to learn that my kind are prone to thinking a similar path. We've been noted as slow to change. We're relatively long-lived compared to many of the races of the world. Not as long-lived as some, of course, but humans are prone to seeing us as a bit conservative, averse to change. But in reality, I think.
Do you hold the human opinion in high regard?
The humans, they're an interesting bunch. They are capable of achieving a surprising amount in a surprisingly short span of time.
Simply because they have to, though.
Well, indeed, yes. But nonetheless, it's there are many creatures in this world with the intelligence to build great cities and make machines, and many of them really haven't done all that much in a very long time. And the humans, let me just say that I couldn't see myself living in a human city permanently, but they're certainly interesting.
It looks like mildly horrified at the concept of living with humans. Right, but that passes quickly. Caldraff, are you going to say something there?
Yeah, no, I was just going to kind of expand on that slightly, saying amongst many cultures, and I believe the dwarves will be no different, is our children sometimes go through apprenticeships for different skills. Myself, developing as a chef, I had to come up with a meal to be recognised amongst my brethren in the monastery, that my skills were enough to be recognised as a chef. I'm sure the dwarven metalsmiths will be the same. They will have a challenge for their youngsters once they get there, and that's, I hope, what you will have something similar amongst the brew.
Yes, we have quite an academic selection, you could say, of careers to pursue. We don't quite believe on the passing down of familial traditions. We find it best that people look for the opportunity that suits their innate affinity, as it were.
And your skill with languages, is that why you are an envoy to a degree?
Yes. Just that most awkward, reply possible. I'm sure if there was a laugh track, it would have made sure a good use of it there. Please, our library is just right through here. And then
very good, very good. I'll look for it.
Walk up to what just looks like, a big kind of stone archway made of marble. And then they just rearrange some of the kind of almost like crystal displays that you maybe thought were decorative initially at the side, and then the stone just moves away.
Oh,
not even like the rumbling of stone moving away, just moves away almost effortlessly. You can probably notice similarities between the front gate.
Okay, I see. I do get my dwarven advantage on stoneworking, George.
Yeah. If you want to paste it in, feel free to.
It's whenever you make an intelligence check related to origin of stonework, you're considered proficient in history skill and double your proficiency bonuses in your check instead of using normal. It's not advantage, but it's still,
It's not bad though. Would you
yeah,
like
just roll a wee history, add double, so my my bonus would be another +5 on top of this, so I get an 18.
Your proficiency is a +5?
Oh no, not proficiency bonus. Sorry, I'm thinking my overall bonus. What is my proficiency again? Like 2? 2? 4. No, it's 4. Not 5, but 4.
Yeah. So there's another 4 until that's 17.
Always forget about proficiency.
It's okay. Yeah, it doesn't come up often. Let's put it that way. Tash has tried to make it come up more often, so people remember it exists. But yeah, what are you trying to learn about the stone?
Yeah, basically, the reason I think that it's apt to roll history here is because obviously dwarves are known for their stonework and their sort of rune magic in a lot of settings, and we've carried a lot of that sort of stuff over here. So when you mentioned like the stones moving away, my first thought is like this sounds like a sort of smoother, like less visibly clunky scraping stone against stone version of what the dwarves would probably do.
What I'm going to say as well is I'm going to say that the dwarves probably enjoy the aesthetic of a good rock sliding by the wayside door, because it lets you know it's opening and it's dramatic and it's the door's opening, so it's the noise it makes when it opens, right?
Although I'm sure they probably have plenty of locks and keys as well.
Yeah, but that is something that probably is enjoyable. The equivalent here would be people that enjoy exhaust noises on their cars for some bizarre reason, but car people that enjoy hearing their exhaust unnecessarily loud.
At odd times of the day.
Yeah, I'd say there's maybe like a similar vibe with certain dwarf cultures, like maybe not all of them necessarily, but like definitely a majority of them probably enjoy like the stone to sound like it's moving, because it's more impressive if it sounds like it was heavy. So there's an element of pride wrapped into that, whereas this just seemed effortless. So yeah.
Instead, we get a Star Trek wish.
Yeah, almost. Yeah. So yeah, what was your was there an underlying thing you were trying to discover, or just
No,
Just
just
that.
essentially, like, would he find something to compare this to in his own sort of experience? Is this something that's kind of
Yeah, I guess just that
recognisable?
like that kind of not even
So
comparison,
he
but like
probably feels a degree of like familiarity with it, and it probably is quite like heartening to see that, you know, maybe they're more advanced, but they're working on the same track.
yeah, exactly. Like almost like you know, given enough time, it wouldn't be hard to say the dwarves could be where they're at as well, right? That'd be like the thinking.
Yeah, and if that is, because that's
Mhm.
sort of what I was taking from it. So if that's what Vanger's taken from it, I think he will comment to that effect and say, "Oh, that's, you know, my people. We are we're quite proud of our stoneworking, especially the mountain folk. I've seen some of the mechanisms, particularly in temples and what have you, often are not unakin to this, but this is incredibly smooth, subtle. You could very
Yes.
easily make a door open and close without even a sound. Oh, very, very remarkable, really.
Yes, the original design was to ideally disorient anyone not familiar with the layout within. For defense, you see.
Could see that. That's yes.
And what better thing to defend rather than our legacy?
Oi.
Does Vanguard just say oi?
No. I don't think Vanguard says oi. I think Vanguard would give him a fairly sort of like a little nod and a sort of nod that would sort of convey a degree of understanding. I think what we'll say is this: if he has good sort of passive insight, he probably knows that Vanguard feels bad for the position he's put him in.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know if you can tell if he's picked that up or not, right? It's probably unlikely he's picked that up.
Okay.
You get 3 tugs at your robe, though.
Okay, I sort of like. I'll just continue as normal, and I'll do the little tracing of the rune in my pocket.
Okay, yeah.
I'll say to him, so, if you will, maybe look within.
Please.
I appreciate the place.
I did not simply come to show you a door, although I now realise how culturally relevant that was.
Very interesting door. He says,
yeah.
We have agreement. But no, it's yes.
Yes, please follow me inside.
Thank you.
And, like, he walks in, and as soon as he like steps in, like through the threshold, he like claps his hands very loud, and like a whole bunch of crystals almost like ripple out and light up. Like a massive chamber, filled with just like, you know, like almost warehouse like.
Oh my!
But like very kind of like delicately. It's not like books or shelves or anything. It is like very elaborate looking boxes. And he goes, would you like to read any?
Please, but in what medium are they stored?
And then he kind of like walks up to one of the shelves. And he lifts off. And I like to believe that like on your journey here as well, like occasionally, like you just have seen the Fleabite out the window, like climbing across, on his way up the tower, as well. Just for how long it would have taken him to how long it took yours to get to this point.
To be honest, like between that and the other Fleabite and then the other person, I like that's one of them.
Yeah. Well, I like to believe
I'm confident I can tell you which.
I like to believe the real one was the one going across all the windows on the outside, while you know, the one you've now lost track of is in the wind, as it were, or as it isn't. And yeah, like you're taken to one of the shelves, like very, very like kind of like carefully or gingerly like slide out this kind of elaborate like wooden box. They set it down on like a table in the center. The table's got some kind of very elaborate carvings, but you can't seem to like make out any like reason why it would be carved in that way, right? It doesn't seem to like mean anything to you.
Okay.
And it's almost like little grooves into it, almost like little upside down pyramids everywhere, all over the kind of markings. And they take the box, they slide the lid off the box, and inside it's like, you know, maybe something velvety or whatever, and there's a bunch of crystals all laid out in various colours. Let's see. Which would you like to read?
Now that's interesting. How do you identify what's contained within one? Is it visible from the
Like
crystal?
they pick one up carefully, and these all look a bit like fancy, like crystal D8s, right? And you can tell, like on each facing, there is like, if the closer you look, it isn't the light the way it catches it. It's in fact like just crazy amounts of like script that you can see. You can't translate it, but it's loads of like almost like intricate carvings on the surface of the crystals. They're maybe about 2 inches long. These crystals.
Okay.
And as I said, whatever was it like an octahedron you'd call it maybe, or an octahedral maybe. I think it's an octahedral. For a D8.
Would you be so kind as to show me how that's?
Yes, and then like he moves the box to the side and shows like the, all the grooves on the table, and then he sits it down into one of the grooves. Now you can tell why it was pyramid shaped, because it slots in, and then the crystal lights up and it projects out of all the facings into the air.
Fascinating. Keldra, have a look at this.
Probably is quite wondrous to look at, right? Like, it's pretty encompassing. Like, you're almost like in the middle of just like, an incredible amount of data just floating around you. If this was a Marvel movie, Iron Man would be in the middle of this, probably moving stuff around, but it is pretty. It is very pretty.
It's incredible.
I'm going to say that I am stunned with all this knowledge around about us, and the only thing I have said, you must protect this at all costs. This knowledge must be retained and protected.
Kind of like he nods, like what you would think of as like religiously that way, like very like as if this is clearly the faith they have is in their knowledge, what they have been protecting this long, the legacy that you mentioned earlier, even if that was almost pointless to store up if you're not sharing it.
Yeah. Which you can kind of maybe get the impression that he thinks that a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe his society and the whole doesn't.
Yeah. So. Yeah, like what he's doing the face of a.
Is there anything that I can glean from it? Like, how is it? What exactly would?
It's all in Baru, right?
It's all Baru. Yes, there'd be nothing like we could. Yeah.
Nope. You'd need. The only chance you'd actually have is to brave doing comprehend languages if you had it. That'd be the only thing you would be able to do probably here to try and aid. Since sadly.
I'm back in a few upgrades list soon.
I mean, it's up to you, Keldrath. You could always ask if you were gonna like be able to take notes on what you're seeing, right? Because you do have literally infinite ink in your hand.
This is fascinating.
And like he lifts it up, and then obviously the light vanishes, and he just like tilts it to the side and sits it back down. It's like a whole new array of data that like appears again. But the same crystal.
And these are, I'm sure, are. It takes a second to see it. I think, sort of, quite deliberately hoping that people will get that. I'm gonna have to check his. Vituv will get why he's taking a second to say it. Our host had a certain distaste for the word, so forgive me if you feel the same. But I must ask: is this is this purely technological, or does this rely on the arcane in any way?
And then, can you roll persuasion? And I'm going to say that with as much emphasis as feel free to do what you want to make that as good a roll as you can.
I not only can, but I will.
Okay.
And in fact, I will do it through the ancient medium of gifting myself inspiration.
Perfect. Excellent. Alexander, I'm assuming I can count on you to just approve that for me. Excellent.
It's probably still going to be bad though because it's me rolling persuasion.
Still worth the.
The
Wow.
advantage actually came in very useful. That might be the biggest difference I've ever seen. I've seen some pretty substantial differences, but 18 differences.
Oh dear.
That's something. Boy, howdy.
I can't remember what it was in. I think it was in. I watched the Curse of Strahd game on Sunday. One that Siren is in fact in, and I may or may not join once they hit a certain level. But they rolled a 1 and a nat 1 and a nat 20 in their advantage roll. It was just so perfect as well. Dear God,
that's full on. Like if you're like a person with like, a proneness to see patterns in numbers, you'd be like, the universe is aligned.
It might have been my Friday game, in fact. That's where it might have been, because I just distinctly remember one of my players saying, "Is that like a 1 in a 400 chance or something?"
The gods have intended that I receive this show.
And you were like literally 1 off because you're 18. If it had been a 19, would have been your 20 and a 1. So yeah, like, given that that's like the second best you can do, it kind of leans in and says, "This is somewhat beyond the arcane insofar as how the arcane is understood. We have found ways to tame it and bind it to technology. And thus, it is how we have advanced as a society along this path specifically. Our host." And he leans in very carefully, and again, the trunk is doing all sorts of weird, suspicious movements, almost mimicking a tentacle. And then says,
wow.
"Yeah, right, I know, right, amazing." Almost, what was I saying? Our host doesn't quite seem to approve of our capabilities.
I got the impression they were distrustful of anything that might be interpreted as mystical or beyond normal understanding.
It leans in even closer, like the trunk almost like wraps around you like an arm trying to pull in someone conspiratorially, and then they say, "They haven't seen this room," and then that's where we cut back to Fleabite, who's up the top of the tower, and then you feel calling back to you the urge to look down.
Fleabite keeps like a good grip on looks.
I love though with Spider Climb, that's just like literally standing like, horizontally or perpendicular from the tower, just with your hands on your hips. And yeah, like you hear in your head, it's like, "Why are you all the way up there?" And it's clearly Cynthia's voice you hear. And then as you look down, you see her standing on like that kind of basically like straight down is like, as far out from this building as she'd need to be to look up and see you. Just standing there in her majesty.
To top of building, yes.
Yes, we're all very proud of you. Now hurry down. Don't jump though.
You not catch.
And she just kind of like, I don't know how she'd impart this visibly, but there's a nervous look on her face, and then she kind of looks up at you and looks down at the floor, and he goes, I wouldn't chance it.
And Fleabite will start.
Yeah, get her down. Yep. When you get all the way back down, she kind of like ruffles the top of your head again, and she goes, "Impressive. You made up here in quite good time. Were you spotted?"
Fleabite. Very good sneak.
Kind of ruffles your hair again and like turns and looks around as if taking in the view herself. For some reason there is wind here, so she looks way more dramatic now. And then she says, Shall we get looking for this egg then? Just smirks.
It's not on top of tower build.
That's good to know. And she winks at you, and then that's where we end the session. Because that says up time-wise. That's where we are.
You're out of touch. I'm out of touch. Yeah. Anyway.
So, what would you like to call this session?
What did
Siren?
we had a siren? Yes, call it
It was
earlier.
tea parties and tentacles.
Yes.
You know what? She donated for that.
Yep.
I say we give her.
I'm happy to go with that.
Yep.
if you
I
say.
am nothing if not a shameless whore.
Um,
I think it was plural.
it was just the way I copied it over.
Shameless whores.
I was also updating the capitalization, and not quite enough because I was distracted by you when I got to the E. There we go.
I just had a vision of a. Oh, what's the band's name?
I'm not sure.
The Crash Test Dummies song. Coffee spoons and
Oh.
afternoons.
All right. I didn't realize they had more than one song.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Peter Pumpkinhead is as a favourite of mine. So yeah,
Right.
there we go.
I know them from the one song that everyone knows them from.
Mm. Yes. Another fanboy.
Right.
Strange Canadian band, but yes, very much into them at the time.
So is the band's name The Ballad of Peter Pumpkin, or is that a song they did?
That's a song.
Right.
That's a song.
Oh, there it says Crash Test
By the-
Dummies. Right. No.
Crash Test Dummies, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I feel vaguely aware of that. I do feel vaguely aware of that. I feel like something that's.
You would have heard the one that I was referencing. What was it called? Was it not just called like or something
That
like
was the name of it.
that?
Yeah.
Amazing. I'll need to.
Oh, the 90s. What a decade, man.
Yeah.
What a fucking decade.
Right. So we've got Tea Parties and Tentacles. Thank you very much, Siren, for donating that name, essentially. Thank you. Right. Goals.
There's it.
Always believe in your goal. You've got a trowel.
Say that again.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Is he? I don't know.
Oh,
Who's-
just went a
I
little
am.
quiet.
Oh, did I? No, I'm just waiting on you guys telling me
No,
about goals.
I thought you said please repeat that, but then I didn't know who was supposed to.
Oh, it
repeat
was
what.
for Alex because I didn't actually hear what he was saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
It was banal.
Okay.
I don't think any of the goals were achieved.
I'm gonna differ. I know because I think we've kind of found out why they're here. I think they prioritize advanced civilizations. They've come for the Baru because the Baru are a super advanced secret city.
How does Alexander feel about that?
If we know that they're also in the other place.
Little Bellinor?
Isn't it the elf city though?
No. It's
No?
Bellinor is the elf city. Little Bellinor is the city that the elves suggested other races help found. And it's the learning city where all the
Yeah,
cultures
see? Knowledge,
share their
yeah.
knowledge.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So between that and their agreement that the GIF are I'll say pollution. Between the two, yeah, I would say we're well on our way if that's not the answer you're looking for.
Well, the ultimate question here is if you feel confident enough in that answer, it just means you aren't pursuing it again as a goal, right? If you feel that is the answer.
I think that is. I don't think
Yeah.
there's any necessarily secret.
Well, I think the only
purpose.
person that may or may not disagree is Alexander at this stage, so any particular arguments against Alexander? I'm not saying there aren't any, I'm just asking. I am neutral after all.
Yeah, I guess there is sense in there.
Why do you think it isn't complete? Give us that answer. And don't worry about doing yourself out of XP. I'm happy to do that for you.
I guess because there's sort of an implication that I think I'd incorrectly picked up that the Illithid and the Gith had sort of been kept away from other places, and perhaps I had that backwards. That simply weren't as interested in other places.
It definitely sounded that way, like when I was talking about Evershade, like it had barely even been on the radar.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like they were almost sounding like missionaries, the way they would go and enlighten them, the way.
And perhaps they would choose the ones that they would feel could benefit the most, or bring the most to the table, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely seemed like they were prioritizing Varys, what he was saying, and I think what he's talked about in terms of like the sharing, and then comparing that to what
that would have been my
checking his
suggestion.
name again, Bituv was saying about their knowledge repositories. I feel like I'm quite confident that that is the answer, but that's not to say that there aren't other underlying things, but I think that is the main reason. Like, there might be more to it.
So, to expound on what Alexander was saying as well. So, Alexander, you as Fleabite, and I guess like Vanger would know this pretty comfortably as well from his knowledge of the Zerai. When the Gith arrived, obviously, the people native to Staccato, the world that we're in, felt like they were being invaded by the Gith and expected to be attacked by them, and lots of settlements came under attack, but cities that were fairly well defended and kept to themselves and fortified were left alone eventually.
You have talked about this before, and while we've interpreted that in the past as being related to things like the whatever they have protecting them, the horrible blood rituals, I think we have to consider the distinct possibility, that maybe they're ignoring the places they think the Illithid are going to go.
What I was going to continue to keep saying was, I'm not saying that that's not valid, but you also know that they seemed more interested in fortifying immediate locations or giving up on, like, what's the word, tactically costly investments, like trying to take a city isn't worth it when you can just leave it, and if the city aren't going to try and follow you, there's no conflict there. Because the Gith came through and then just started fighting themselves. Because a lot of the people didn't. It took them a long part of that year to get any info back, because remember all the scouts and stuff kept getting killed off.
Yeah.
So by the time they got information back, they realised there seems to be infighting more than, anything else. So then that kind of went, well, why are they here? Was the big question. And that's when Von Rune was like, he sent the information over to Little Bellinor saying, I've got crucial information for you, but I'm not willing to send it magically because it'll get intercepted. This was during the week the ship appeared above Little Bellinor. And then that's where the original party were sent across the sea to get the information from Rictor Von Rune and bring it back to Little Bellinor. Which they didn't do. They went on an egg hunt. Quickly became a wedding. Yep. So, yeah. They never brought back the information. But that's fine. Do you even remember what the information was, Fleabite? To be fair, it was 74 sessions ago, so don't, it wasn't at that many, but it was like 70 ago. That's still a lot.
I don't really remember it going like that.
Okay.
I thought it was more that I don't remember that angle of Von Rune sort of being that helpful.
Oh, I never said he was that helpful.
It was more that just Von Rune, that was it Hamalicia?
Yeah, the Steel Hamalicia. Yeah,
Steel Hamalicia.
I can't believe that name's floating in my head.
I know.
She's the head of the Council of Little Bellinor, by the way, in case the other people don't know. She's like a high elf.
That she knew that Runestad wasn't being attacked, and we wanted to find out why. And I thought the answer was just Von Rune.
I mean, ultimately, the reason you were sent is because Von Rune contacted the Council of Little Bellinor saying, I have information pertinent to these invaders. So the information that was pertinent was the coincidence with, do you remember Antonia Starling?
Oh yeah.
Right, Antonia Starling was the gnome artificer in the party. It was his mentor. She was an elf that ran, like she was like a head professor in one of the universities, and at a certain point in time, her experiment blew up and killed her. And then that meta-knowledge wise coincided with Fleabite appearing in the world, and then a year later, the invaders came in. And then a year later, the Illithid ship shows up. They were all exactly a year apart, those three events. And that's what Von Rune said. Von Rune also then expounded with Tink, the Alvin, his name, with Tink. Him and Von Rune had a good chat about how Starling had visited and spoke with Von Rune before all this, discussing portal magic with him. All of that was essentially what you gained from Von Rune. The fact that his place was peaceful and secure was just something that Hamalicia was like, find that out if you can, essentially. Because that would help, naturally. It's another reason why you might be a good ally. Yeah. Does that ring any bells now, or is that still all like new?
I remember most of the Hamalicia stuff. I don't think I'd ever made the connection that Fleabite was also related.
Mm.
I knew like Alvin was interested in that,
yep.
But I hadn't twigged that they were actually chronologically linked as well.
Yeah. It was something Alvin was going to pursue. It's why I was happy to like tinker with your necklace and stuff for you. So that was all kind of great. And then he went up and died because he got killed by Gith. Yeah, like
but he had imprinted into the library.
Yes. So that's something. Right. So does that give you any more like feelings about this goal, whether or not it's complete, Alexander? How do you feel about it?
I think that makes a lot more sense. I hadn't twigged that Little Bellinor is the university city.
For Fleabite's understanding, that makes perfect sense. But it was, it's like that was like a kind of teaching city, if that makes sense. It was like a cultural exchange city. It was full of universities primarily, and like really stuck-up rich nobles such as Cognac's parents. Because there are snake people in this world, we just never talk about them.
And there's significantly fewer students there now.
I mean, maybe since this journey started, they've filled in the ranks. Maybe since it's been a long while since you've been there. But yeah. The other thing to worry about is the fact that you've had multiple occasions of people telling you there is little to no information leaving Little Bellinor. So that's something else. Yeah. If you are happy with that, which means you aren't likely to pursue why the Illithid came to Barris any further, you can move it over to the completed list. But ideally chuck it to the bottom for me, rather than the top. Who's moving it over? Oh, Chris, you're actually on it, so do you want to do it?
Oh. Am I?
Yeah. He sounded so shocked by that.
Oh, I didn't even... Adventure completed.
Yeah.
Wherever that may be. And yes, completed right down to bottom. Done and done.
Perfect. Okay. And I feel like none of you have spoke about the dragon egg yet. I feel like there's just a lot of emphasis on that needing to get done at some point. Or you may as well delete the goal. It's been there a
We
while.
need to get 4 of us in a room.
I know, but when you are in that room, sometimes you go off and get drunk separately. But yes, stop the deaths Cynthia predicted. How do we feel about that? Because there was mention of trying to use Menglod against the Illithid, and vice versa. So, how do we feel about that?
It's still possible.
Okay.
I think more possible because I still think that myself and Vanger feel that we've got to put an end to Menglod, so...
And Fleabite probably shouldn't eat her. Probably. So, yeah, okay. Defeat Menglod feels like we've covered that based on that statement alone.
If the guys agree, yeah.
Yeah. And then secure a safe exit from Mountain. Not yet, but maybe. Right? Based on what Cynthia said.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if Vanger speaking, you're muted on Discord, but I don't know if you are meant to be speaking or not. You might just be BRB.
Sorry, I don't know how I was muted. I think we've made a small but important step towards that last one, yeah.
Yeah, like she seemed reasonably confident.
She thinks she can...
Mm-hmm. As I said, you rolled like a really high insight as well, and I was like, yeah, like she is very, very confident about that. So yeah.
And I trust her to have a pretty good idea of her abilities.
Yeah, right, she's reasonably competent.
She doesn't seem like she's too stuck up or full of herself that she would think, oh, of course I can do it. I don't think that...
Yeah, she's quite...
You could easily get a read on a character and say, oh yeah, they're 100% convinced they can do this, and then they just can't. I don't think that's the case with her.
Yeah, like, it's not like you're talking to Von Rune, who might, in fact, like, as in the king, that is not her, like, who might make you, like, less aware of what he isn't capable of. Whereas, when you were with Eltrys in the cultist place, she was very quick to be like, I can't help here. I'm doing everything I can now. So yeah, you've definitely, like, seen her limitations in places. Even the way she's been able to, like, visit with you guys, like, it doesn't seem like she can just walk with you. Right? Which is weird. So yeah, even other people looking at her seems to be an interesting issue.
Yeah, because she's ambiguously dead.
Yeah, mostly that. Fond of painting though, as you may or may not recall. But yeah, so you've at least got a lead on an exit, shall we say. Fleabit has not done anything to convince Vanger about violence yet. Eltrys has not learned the power of the Guardians from the Bureau. Vanger hasn't replaced the crew yet. And Kilrith has not awakened the dragon yet. And every time I say it, the euphemisms I have to delete in my brain.
Awaken the dragon.
I am going to say on that one that if I don't make it next week and a conversation has to be had about the future of the egg, and this is my response.
Yeah, like,
take that as now.
I am pretty confident that for the last maybe 20 sessions, I probably could have agreed what your opinion on the dragon egg was. So if we can get everybody else to agree, then yeah, we can complete that. Even sans you, I don't mind that. Assuming we have a Eltrys next week as well, and everybody else. So, is anyone changing goals? We've got a blank goal, and maybe some of the general goals might need a wee bit of an update. So, any new goals, people?
I think we need to do something about helping the Bureau.
Liberate the Bureau.
Yeah, it's not a bad one.
Does that not come with releasing the dragon? Is that not the fight we think the dragon will take on?
We don't know the exact... We don't know how immediate the dragon is going to be, right? It's not. It might not be just like, we get it, the problem is solved locally, and we just need to take it to another place, and then that will fix it. You know, it's...
Fleabag
it's
might also roll it
possible-
off a cliff, so there is that too.
possible that we'll need to.
I
That
don't-
will be the start of our ability to deal with them rather than sort of be all end all.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree. I'm just because the releasing the dragon is a
It's definitely like a very strong
step.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep. But like awakening the dragon and liberating the brew could be.
That
Yeah, they could be separate.
would be then to after we've achieved that, if we were able to help them, like show them, look, the rest of the world's not so bad.
Yeah. Could be a first step
We
to
came
actually
in,
liberating
we
the.
got rid of these terrible invaders who are, brain enslaving you potentially. It certainly seems that way, and that seems to be what they do. So, and I get the
free the
impression,
minds of the brew.
yeah, something like that. Then I think later down the line, convince the brew to maybe make some baby steps into the world at large.
Yeah. What goals would you like to pull out for that? Because there's a blank space for one.
Sort of free the brew has to go into blank space, right? Nice
Free
to
the
meet
brew
you
from
where
the
you've
illithids,
been.
I assume.
I can show you incredible. Anyway, I can't sing, but I do like Tay Swift, so.
I assume that is what I said. Free the brew from the illithid, rather than just from a vague concept that you decide later.
How's illithid spelled again? Is it one L?
There's a lot.
2.
It's two. It's like a sickithid.
It's like that.
It's
Yeah,
the
there you go.
sickest of the sick.
Okay. And free the brew from the illithid. It's interesting because the brew is actually just 1R when Varus is 2.
Well,
Mhm.
it's fine.
Uh,
It's
And
not
then-
fine. You can change it. I'll permit.
Well, you'll allow. Now, what are we pulling out for the longer term goal? Are we putting in the,
I suppose we could just slot that in after one of them's done.
yeah, it's up to you, yeah. I mean,
Like it
Ideally,
it
you'd need
follows
to do
quite
that first
naturally
one.
from freeing them,
mhm.
right? Free them, then maybe convince them to join in
Well,
the
do you wanna
fun of.
chuck that into the bottom of the
design.
ideas pile. Or the blank
Yeah.
space at the top of the ideas pile, whatever works.
Somebody seems to be doing that right now, so I'll leave them to it.
There's
Or maybe they're not. Okay. Was someone?
I'm just getting rid of some of the blank spaces that were like in the middle.
To become more involved in the world, because I don't want to have a goal that is like literally unless they start opening envoys in every city, unless there's a consulate in Runestad by Friday, we failed. I don't want to do that. So I think, is that a reasonable goal? Obviously we're not even putting it in yet, so we can rework it if you find it isn't.
Yeah, that's a good placeholder, right? It's a good placeholder to shape once you know more about what you're working with, because you might just never slot it based on what happens, right? So,
Yeah, it's entirely
yeah.
possible.
no, it's a good spot to be in. Right.
Scapoo.
Anything else goal-wise changing? Like personal goals and such?
No, I think mine's fine.
I was thinking about some sort of like playing back down without dying.
That's a fast road to a new character. How do you feel about playing an exiled Baru in the making?
Yeah, I think I'll leave it just now, and if I think of anything.
Okay. Vanger, any further on yours? Because, I mean, if they were going to give you some kind of cool technological staff, you'd probably get something pretty bitchin' if you were into that.
That's not Vanker speed. I think for the time being, I'm going to rephrase it to find a way to obtain a suitable new staff.
I'm going to delete some of
I've
those
written
words.
starf.
That's okay. I'm gonna edit some of this for you.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Also,
makes
keep in
sense, I
mind,
understand.
the Baru probably have trees, right? Does
Yeah.
Alexander remember anything about Lyra?
Trees.
Does Arcane, or Druidic, sorry, focus? No? It's okay if you don't.
I mean, I remember his staff having trouble.
His staff was made of a tree found only within Barris.
Okay.
Ooh,
Yes.
that sounds very apt.
Yes.
You're mentioning earlier on of that ledge looking like Gondor, and a white tree at the end of that.
I mean,
Levi,
imagine
go and get me a branch.
pulls tree out of bag of holding. Oh, imagine how angry people would be for like oblivious reasons to Fleabag. I will state I never commented on the existence of a tree there, but I mean, it's not to say there couldn't have been. But yeah, like that is definitely something that was stated that before Lyra was exiled, this is something that Fleabag would have been told, but probably doesn't remember. As Fleabag, I mean, since Lyra and Fleabag were relatively close, like they before they were exiled, I want to say like their mother gave them like the branch as a way of saying, I can't give you much, but you can have this, because they were exiled for being a druid. Yeah. So there you go, Linger.
So I think then that comes into a greater look at this library and finding out whether the library contains just the Baru history or the history of the world, and try to dig more information out of them.
Yeah.
This time next week.
Yeah, indeed. You could have a general goal based on something to do with the library and trying to learn something, right? You need to find a way to translate. And obviously you've got Betuve there, right? So you could maybe swap out another one of these general goals for a more imminent one. It could easily be something akin to, I don't know, like, was it gain assistance? Gain Betuve's assistance in translating some of the text, but I'd rather you had a specific goal in mind to learn from the library rather than just rolling randomly and seeing what my brain pulls out of its ass. So, yeah, how do you feel about that, or he's not too fussed?
I think
you don't need to be fussed about it, it's just a thought, obviously.
Continuing that kind of thought, the suggestion that the Illicid had never been in the library, they've never been inside this room. What other rooms have the Illicid never been in?
Yeah, that's.
Yep.
You've got that persuasion thing working at the moment. Will it still be effective next week? And
Probably not, because it was a specific one for that.
Will you roll as well next week?
Who knows? Right, any other goal changing then? I think that's us wrapping up goals, it sounds like.
Nope.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Then that is a goal achieved, which is 900 XP, isn't it? So let us add this in.
5, 4, 600.
5.
5, 4, 600.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So less than 10k to go. Is that right? Because it's 64.
Yeah. Nice.
Not bad, not bad. And yeah, once everybody's updated that, good. So, wrap up chat time. Galdrath, do you want to go first?
Sure. Some weeks you feel like, and this is not meant in any offence at all, but some weeks you think you're getting to a natural conclusion. I feel like this episode could have lasted all night. And I'd have been comfortable doing it if I didn't have work at 7:30 tomorrow morning. There's the dragon egg is a distraction for what I think we could discover in this place and take back into the world.
Now you're talking like somebody that visits Evershade and attends a wedding.
Possibly, but it's again character based. For Keldrath, this place is just fascinating. Walking into a library that is this massive, this technologically advanced, in a world where we're still writing on paper and bits of animal skin.
Yeah.
It seems
it's perfect for a scribe character like you are as well, right? To walk into this and be like, wow, this is like, I could spend a lifetime, multiple lifetimes here, like, learning.
My character's not leaving. It's that simple.
I live here.
Will never
now.
be accepted. But
Not with that attitude. So we're taking bets now, Alexander. How many sessions are we spending in Barris? Like, is it 20 conservative? Like, Yep.
I mean, as I said, whenever we were discussing the investigating, looking for the dragon egg, are we here for as quick a time as possible, or are we doing a lot of investigation? That was where this was leading. That there is so much more in this city to see. This might be our only chance. Would we pass that up just to finish that mission? I know the answer to that. That we'll go through the mission as quickly as possible. I do get that, but in Keldrath's mind, this is the one and only chance of ever seeing a place like this.
Yeah,
so yeah,
it is like essentially like, you know, an amazing find for a Keldrath, like to just get lost into. It is definitely Candyland, as it were, for him.
Yeah, exactly. So if we were talking through this for another 8 hours tonight, I would probably have just plodded along until you said, right, we're done. So that, again, not to take it away from any other nights, I've enjoyed it all. This is just...
Well, it's you sinking your teeth into a new location that's been like so built up for like the entire time you've been with us, right? You're finally there, and it's like, wow, this place is cool. So
yeah,
it's nice that it's paying off for you.
Moving the crystals and things like that, I'm looking at it fascinated. Does the same arrangement work in every door? Do we just go to every door and we just go blah blah blah? As we never seen a lock in our door, but will later tonight some of the guard come along and just move one crystal and we're locked in?
Right.
Simple things like that. Yeah, you've got me fascinated. And I'm not going to be, and chances are I'm not going to be here next week. Bugger!
Don't worry, we'll take some detailed notes of any time you could have asked questions and stuff, so we'll see how much agency we can squirrel away for you for next time.
I think you might have to.
No, it's good. It's good though. And hopefully, if we are like running with Eltress instead of yourself next week, there won't be too much Eltress causes that would mean you just need to make a swift exit from Barris, right?
Well, we haven't met any female Baru yet, so we're safe. That we know, that we know of. I know, exactly.
You probably have in terms of that massive crowd.
Yes.
But yeah, you've not actually been introduced to any yet. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's because Eltress wasn't here, otherwise he'd have like probably got all of their numbers. Just whether he liked it or not, to be honest. I'd be like, I don't have a phone. Oh dear.
Yeah, he would have got the numbers.
Yeah.
You think he would have tried to chat up Flowbite?
I mean, I feel like Tom would play probably deeply uncomfortable by the fact that like he might have thoughts of attraction towards Fleabite in any fashion, knowing it's Cynthia beneath. So yeah, that might just be deeply uncomfortable for Eltress, which I don't know. I'd quite have enjoyed watching Tom RP that.
But yeah, brilliant session for me as Keldrath. Is as I say, fascination, fantastic location in Keldrath's mind. Everything he wants to visit, to see, and learn from.
Oh, good. as I said, I'm glad it's say the journey's at least felt worth it so far, which is good for me as a GM to hear. So, no, I'm glad you're enjoying it, bud.
Yep. Excellent.
Yes. Fleabit.
I mean, obviously deeply flattered by the highest form of tree mimicry.
Yes. I hope I did you proud.
Wasn't actually expecting Cynthia.
That's when she likes to show up.
Yes. And quite glad that Fleabite was sort of able to live up to his nature and just scamper up.
That was a damn impressive set of rolls, by the way. Like, damn impressive. Despite like being up against the conditions you were, there was only one bad roll that you were able to like salvage. So, yeah. But you kind of were designed to be able to do stuff like this. This is kind of what you've been designed to do. And now you can have, like, you know, when you got to the top, obviously Fleabite wasn't aware of it, but Alexander was aware of, like, you know, achievement climb to top of Spire.
Yes.
Yeah. That was good. It was good.
Like, I was tempted to just, like, leave graffiti or something on the top.
I was so waiting on you carving your not copyright symbol into the top. I was genuinely surprised you didn't say that. So yeah, I would have lost money on that. I'm not gonna lie.
I was sort of thinking about it, and then things were happening. I was like, oh, it's fine. We'll just there'll be more time to get up there.
No, I've got like notes for other comments I wanted to make but ran out of time to make as well, and I'm like, damn, I actually have a lot of work to do to fit more stuff in. It's because the conversations were really fun, I think, tonight. A lot of fun back and forth about like why culture has merit. It's good. It's really good. I hope you didn't feel too excluded from some of the RP as well.
I think the full Fleabite was well done.
Yep. Of all the people to mimic you, I was glad it was Cynthia.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see where we end, where Cynthia and I end up.
Right? Yeah. I've got that image of like, you know, like Nebula and Rocket as like almost holding hands as they walk off together type vibe. Definitely vibes of that. Because I wonder who is the least decided on the Dragon Egg's fate. Right, Fleabite? Yep. Be interesting.
I'm sure I can stretch that goal out another few weeks yet.
Yeah, sure. It's done well so far. I think it's almost in Callum levels of territory for goals just lingering around.
Yeah, he's a monster for that.
Yeah. But yeah. Anything else, Fleabite?
Yeah. Looking forward to next time. I will say that I was like very interested in Vanger's machinations almost. Yeah.
It was probably the most unvangery thing he's ever done.
It's
good though.
Yeah,
like
as you say, like it's the it leans him back more neutral, which I think is where he naturally sits.
Yeah, I sometimes play him a little too nice, I think, and that maybe was a little bit corrective for that. Because I don't think he would do it if he couldn't see a way to sort of excuse it in his mind. But it is still arguably a really fucking awful thing to do, depending on how it works out for them.
Yeah,
I don't
like
think it's likely that they were going to be spared otherwise, but
like
I might have just deprived them of all the time they have to prepare.
The tones of it read to me of tearing down something rotten to let something new grow. Is what the tones of it like came to. I could like it's why I wouldn't have questioned it.
How Von Rune felt.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what you said to Cass. I think it was right. When Cass was like, "What would you do if you're in charge?" and he was like, "I would torch it and rebuild." And he was like, "Okay, maybe not that then." Since Cass's plan was, "What if I ruled and tried to make it better?" Or what if I gave you the throne? Yeah, that was a conversation that happened, and Wonder was like, nah, burn it. So yeah, it's interesting overlap that way, because I generally will try and point out if I think characters are behaving like against what I've come to learn them as, just to see if that's a distinct choice on the player's part for shifting a character. But now this felt within Vanger's wheelhouse. Bold choice, but still within his wheelhouse. It was good.
Yeah, Fleabite definitely approved.
And it means there's a likely chance that we could go back to Evershade that isn't just to see how the wedding turned out. Honestly, Keldrath, Evershade was great. Definitely need to make you visit it one day.
I only heard a couple of episodes when you were down in the sewers and avoiding the death cult or whatever it was. So
yeah, that's the one Vanger's just set the Illithid on essentially. So yeah, it'll be exciting to see how that plays out if it does indeed. They might be too distracted by whatever you do up here though. That's the thing. Fleabite, anything else?
No, I think that's all I was going to say.
Yes, and a reasonable segue into Vanger.
It's my turn now. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I'll be relatively brief because I'm a bit on the tired side. Yeah, I enjoyed that. It was a bit tense. There was definitely the pressure to be talky, and we're not really the talkiest party. I know you're saying, but Colin, you're in the party. But it's also true that while I've made a character that can talk, he isn't a face character, right? He just sort of blathers. And he's fun to blather as, don't get me wrong, but he's not always the best at persuading people, except for apparently this one Baru.
Yeah.
Which is handy.
He looked like he was desperate for somebody to talk to be fair, right? Like his job has been like kind of redundant. Like his almost field of study is almost redundant.
I also got a feeling he was kind of in the same position that I was, where it's like, I am afraid and need to talk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like talking is a refuge. Yeah.
He was Spider-Manning.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk to hide your fear. But also, like, yeah, he seemed to. I think he was starting to grasp at the end that maybe we weren't quite as bad as all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because I hope you see him warm up as like the conversation went on. Even if he was still a bit awkward, he definitely I tried to make him super awkward at the start and like ease him up as the conversation got on. Like the more he could feel talking about his element,
And I feel like he is gonna probably continue to be a bit awkward, which is, excuse me, which is fine. He should be, but I think that sort of encouraged Vanger that ending to think. I mean, actually, what I like that. Essentially, I think we were all kind of leaning the same way because you, Kilrath, said, sort of protect it. You have to protect this.
Mm-hmm.
That's what sort of spurred his reaction, which was to say that essentially that they have, right? He was saying like they haven't seen it yet.
Uh-huh.
So basically a confirmation that we know this is important. We know we have to protect it. I think Vanger felt very similarly to that, and I think that maybe we'd be starting to get a little bit that we are here as their guest because if you are here, you are their guest, right? Mm-hmm. We're their guests simply because they've taken over. We're not here to be their guests, though, and I hope that's something we can maybe convince others of. But yeah, I enjoyed that very much, and it was a bit of a shame that we kind of had Fleabite out walking around the walls, or clambering them up at them at different points. But I also do think, it was a bit of a blessing in disguise having the less talkative version. But yeah, and some interesting developments there with Cynthia, who does seem to think she's going to bear her way down. She obviously, we know she doesn't have to appear. She appears. She's used trickery before to disappear. She's, it's not necessarily a surprise that she could do that, but it's just interesting to see her do that and inhabit the role of one of the party for a bit.
Which is like,
and I think it's very apt that it would be Fleabite.
Because we saw her mimic almost mockingly Cass when they did their almost romantic walk through Evershade that time, and it was like him shifting, or them I should say shifting form because they were a changeling, and then her shifting into who he once was, mimicking that. Yeah, it was. We've only really seen that almost in a mocking way, not in like a. This is. It felt calculated on her part. It was deliberately, obviously, calculated on her part to send Fleabite up the tower. That's the best climber in the party. For length, in terms of, I know Vanguard, you could shift into something that could climb reasonably well, but just on a time limit.
Yeah.
Whereas Fleabite is naturally better at it.
Yeah.
And then.
Oh no, I mean, it was a very sensible choice for various reasons.
Yeah, and it gave her, as you said, like the perfect guise to like be an undesirable participant in conversation. Which was
I did feel a little sad that Alex is kind of outside that convo though, because it could have been very interesting, but probably for the best.
I think real Fleabite not being in the library with all the crystals is probably for the best.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely think it's
smashing them and
but
trying
yeah,
to
also
start
it's
them.
like
Oh god.
it was a fun bit of advancement to get in, to meet the Elithid, and to try and sort of like start putting into motion our plan, essentially. Like very baby steps, but there are steps that we are taking. Like we're getting a sense of what are the Baru like, what do they care about,
And what the Illithid are like, right?
Yeah, exactly. What could we maybe use to try and get them on side, show that we're not the enemy? So yeah, I think this was like, although it was another talky session that didn't have a big dun dun dun, it didn't have a huge reveal. It didn't have a huge. This is the massive the moment where all this will now make sense, and no, it was more of a just conversational one with a little bit of rolling for some task handling, and despite that though, I do think we did we made some wee strides.
It was also all rolled pretty damn well as a group. Like Dice Luck was on our side tonight. Like you did
for the most
so
part,
well.
It was excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, you did really, really well. Obviously, our audience were pretty nice as well.
That was a lot of fun.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Thank you very much for running.
No, you're welcome. Thank you all for playing as well. I'd just like to say a thank you to Siren for obviously donating the bits as well, and also
yes, thank you, Siren, for also just generally for enthusiasm.
Yes, and updating the bingo card with Buffy.
It feels nice having someone actually like what you're doing.
Yeah, she genuinely is a fan. Like as I said, she has spoke to me often enough out with the streams that I definitely convinced she is thoroughly entertained by them. She will also listen to them in the morning for the parts that she misses when she goes to bed, because she's an early riser. So she does in fact listen to them in the morning,
nice.
As well, just to see what she missed. So she does hear these shout-outs. Also, thank you to Fruitfly. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. That was super kind of you. Also another friend of mine. I'll refer to them by username alone for the recording. Beyond that, I'm super excited for the next time. I will be very sad if we are down members, but we are drifting into the Christmassy period, and it is a nightmare scheduling wise, so we just kind of have to deal with what we can. We'll get through what we can. I will run with 3 if I get them. For lower than that, I will obviously call it. I think that's fair to say that it's hard to put the entire game on the shoulders of 2. So yeah, we'll see how we do it.
Unless you can find an excuse to do like a mini, this is a Fleabite session.
Yeah, can you imagine just a Fleabite and Cynthia heavy 4 hours? I mean, I think I could handle that, but Alexander, like, how would you do language-wise? Would you stop being able to speak normally?
Release the Alexander cut.
And what happens with Fleabite whenever she turns into Flowbite?
Yeah. Oh dear. Just fights, right? Is that what happens, Fleabite, when you see yourself? Or oh dear.
But if we both summon our mates.
Yes, yeah. Exactly, if you say mirror image. Be a very lackluster fight for a bit. That's for sure. Oh dear. But anyway, enough of that. Thank you everybody again. Say goodbye everybody.
Bye, and thank you.
Good night.